you. Sophia?
Here.
Kimberly? Carmen? Lisette is not here yet. Mary Beth?
Here.
Oh, Lisette is here, so we have quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. So everybody please stand and I will lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next item is 2, approval of the agenda. We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes forward 5-0.
Thank you, Rosie. Okay, next communications. We'll start with 3A, public comments. And we have 1, 2 in person and 1 to read. So we'll start with the in person. Kelly Bickle, please come to the podium. And you'll see, Kelly, when you get up there, the microphone has like the silhouette of a face with lines coming out of it. Press that and the microphone will turn on. And you'll see the red light. There you go.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh, and let me read to you, I'm sorry, one thing I forgot to say. Just as a friendly reminder, the public comments agenda item, hearings and other agenda items are an opportunity to provide a comment to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, so as is typical for most meetings of public agencies, we allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff or follow-up, though please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge, our superintendent, directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we will only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic. And as a general reminder for the meetings in general, if you notice any issue, have any concerns or questions regarding the conduct of this meeting during the course of the meeting, those are very much appreciated but difficult to receive directly from people in our live studio audience here, which is present at Cunha. So please quietly approach Rosie here at the end of the table, and she will help and share the information with her, and she will help handle it or alert others to help her do so. So without further ado, Kelly Bickle, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kelly Bickle. I'm the parent of a rising junior at the high school and a high school alum. And I have also served on the high school site council for the past 6 years. And I'm here tonight to share a few themes from our discussions and offer a couple of ideas in areas that intersect with the work of the board and district staff. So our conversations at site council revolved around a shared concern for supporting struggling students, bolstering access and opportunity, and for decreasing differences in outcomes between student groups across the board. We're also well aware of the budget considerations and focused our ideas on no or low-cost possibilities for supporting students. So in terms of access and opportunity, we focused on A to G readiness and enrollment in advanced and AP courses. The high school staff will be focusing on trying to understand barriers for students and how they make course decisions with a particular lens on identifying barriers that students face in deciding to take an advanced or an AP class for the first time. So one barrier in particular that's come up several times is summer homework. For several classes, students have tests or papers due the first day of school. Those are graded, which is clearly a barrier for students that might feel nervous about taking the risk on an advanced or an AP course. I encourage the board to consider amending the homework policy to specifically disallow summer homework, or at a minimum, disallow points or grades from being granted to any work assigned before the class begins. Summer homework is a measure of skills that students have before the class begins, not a measure of their learning from engaging in the content of that class. The second item that I'd like to champion from our conversations at Site Council is a close look at advisory at the high school. Advisory will be 50 minutes next year, so either 100 or 150 minutes depending on the week, and those minutes are counted as instructional minutes. An action in the SIPSA this year is to consider, for the high school staff to consider how to use that time creatively to provide some structured support or intervention to struggling students. perhaps beginning with mathematics, which I know we share a concern for the math outcomes at the high school. I encourage the board and district staff to provide support with logistics, conversation, policy, or whatever needs to happen to provide systematic support for struggling students that is built into the school day. And I know that there's a lot of considerations around advisory and how that time is used. So I do think the high school staff could use some support from all of you in figuring out how to really make good use of that time for our students. I have appreciated the opportunity to serve on site council and offer my comments tonight in support of the work that's being done at the high school and to advocate for these two items and in support for all the students that we all care about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Okay, next up we have Ruby Salazar.
Good evening. My name is Ruby Salazar, and I work with the Youth Leadership Institute, or YLI, and I am here today to talk about cannabis and other drugs. Every year, YLI challenges young individuals to gain knowledge and understanding about the use of cannabis and vaping on the coast side. Our partnership with Cunha Intermediate School and Hapun Bay High School is aimed at providing comprehensive education to the youth on this matter. With this collaborative effort, we ensure that the younger generation is equipped with the necessary information to make informed decisions regarding these substances. However, according to the California Healthy Kids Survey, 36% of Cabrillo Unified 11th graders are cannabis users. Since the last survey, there has been a 7% increase in that number, whereas before, only 29% of 11th graders were cannabis users. With this rise in cannabis use amongst youth and the potential for an increase in opioid and other drug misuse, the district must look into policies to support students' mental health, support youth who have engaged in using these substances, and prevent youth who have not from using them. Certain policies, such as providing students with sufficient mental health care when they reported to counselors or making Narcan easily accessible for youth to learn about and access if needed, can be helpful in supporting their well-being. Lastly, having policies that limit cannabis use and other drug use on campus is essential. Please include us in your efforts to address and educate Cabrillo Unified young people about the impact of cannabis use next school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Okay, and our final public comment is from Monica Rossoff, who's not here, so I'll read her comment.
Sophia, that comment is for 5A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. Okay, never mind. That's it for the general public comments, and then we have that one I'll give for 5A. Okay, thanks, Rosie. Okay, let's go back to the agenda, and we will go to the Employee Organizations Report, CUTA, item 3B1. Kathy here.
Hi. Unfortunately, it's me because I live in Half Moon Bay. And I'm going to say that I'm going to go home and finish watching this because I'm required at home this evening. I see you have a busy agenda tonight. And again, as the parent groups have requested, CUTA is requesting hybrid meetings to facilitate greater community participation and voices. So good evening, governing board members and district administration. My name is Kathleen Wall. I'm here tonight to represent the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. First of all, I'd like to congratulate two of my long-term time colleagues on their retirement. Jan McFarland Brown and Monica Hart Nolan are retiring this year. It's in the certificated report. Many teachers have known and worked with Jan for many years. Jan is an intelligent and dedicated educator. Jan's value went far beyond her classroom as she worked closely with and mentored many of her colleagues. Her contributions to community children are commendable. Monica Hart Nolan has a special place in my heart. Not only did she teach my son as a third grader and teach him all about birds, I know that Gloria was also in Monica's class, and I've worked with her at Hatch for my entire career. Monica has been employed by the district since 1985. Yes, that's 38 years. Monica taught under 14 principals and at least 8 superintendents. She's a fantastic educator and an expert on early literacy. She was a lecturer at San Francisco State University for many years in the teaching credential program. She taught new teachers how to teach reading, and she is a whiz. Monica is one of the smartest people I know. She's witty, fun, and hilarious. The kids love her. As a first grader, Genevieve Belmonte once said, "Mrs. Nolan is the funniest kid in my class." The Hatch teachers will miss Monica very, very much. So good luck and best wishes to Jan and Monica. I hope that somehow they see this. Now to the more serious stuff, because we're not in a good place right now, the teachers and the board. And I speak for them. And I want everybody to be very clear that anything that we say is not personal against any member. It's just about the actions of the board and admin as a group. Teachers in this district believe that the board and district admin have no respect for them as educators or decision makers. In fact, I often hear teachers say, "Why does the district hate us?" At the May board meeting, after listening to several teachers speak their truths, the superintendent stated that it was Mental Health Awareness Month and there was a lot of anger and depression in the room. The comment was jaw-dropping because the teachers were appealing to the board to improve their difficult working conditions and low pay. There was no empathy or kindness, just a lack of awareness. The district's primary responsibility is to educate children. However, the school district is also the largest employer on the coast side with a very, very, very big budget, almost $50 million. As an employer, the board's main function is to run a solvent operation that includes competitive pay, benefits, and a safe working environment for all employees, including safe mental health. My colleague, Misty Veloso, attended the last school board meeting, and she urged me on to write about this. At the last meeting, the board discussed looking at the Transparent California website and proceeded to discuss confusion on extra pay and even the worthiness of veteran teachers receiving more dollars than the, quote, harder working novice teachers. My colleague found the discussion extremely uncomfortable and possibly inappropriate for a variety of reasons and asked CUTA to address the issue. And the questions that CUTA has, is it respectful for employees to discuss individual employee salaries in public and weigh those employees' relative worth based upon their service? How did you reach the conclusion that novice teachers work harder than veteran teachers? Is this an assumption, or are the comings and goings of all teachers watched carefully? On a further note, 2 board members are listed on the Transparent California website. Should CUTA discuss their wages and benefits, then comment on the worthiness or unworthiness of their compensation? Should CUTA look up governing board members' property values, then comment upon their relative wealth? Would you switch your household income with any of the school employees that you see on Transparent California? Please keep in mind that many of your employees are single parents and the heads of their households. CUTA apologizes if anyone is offended by these words. It's not personal. We stated to bring awareness to the board's role in teacher morale and the impression that it gives. Finally, on to money, our favorite thing to fight about here in CUSD. For many years now, the central office has been warning of fiscal crisis, yet revenues have increased every year. In 2022-23, the district has received more revenue than ever before, almost $47 million per your third interim report. Last year, the district's revenues were $43 million. So this amount is almost, well, it is a $3.7 million increase. On top of that, the district expected $43 million in total revenues per its original 22-23 budget. We question why it cannot live within its means with over $3.8 million more than budgeted. last year, and you're working on your budget tonight. The district has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. Budgets are prepared by the finance department, and the board approves spending beyond the budget. So it's up to the governing board to approve spending. It's not the finance department that's doing the spending. So budgeted expense originally budgeted for $44 million in expenditures. The third interim shows the district projected to spend over $47 million. This is about $3.3 million over your original budget. Specific categories of overspending are administrative, $636,000, services and other, $1.8 million over the 22-23 budget. And that's interesting because it just switched by about $1.1 million between the second and the third interim. The employee benefits are $548,000 over budget. As an FYI, health benefits are stable. They're up only 2% at the second interim, just an approximate $71,000 increase. So it's not necessarily health benefits. PERS and STIRS is up probably because of the hiring of more classified and administrative employees. I want everybody to remember that the employee benefits category includes payroll taxes, state disability insurance for those with PERS, Medicare, etc. And this category is basically the cost of doing business that any employer has. So the total amount of overspending in these three categories is a little over $3 million. Good news for us, we don't need to take the blame. Teacher salaries are not the reason that the district is in this financial situation. CUTA is confident in saying this because the total dollar cost for teachers is declining for the district. Over $15 million was spent in 21-22. You budgeted for us during 22-23, $500,000 fewer. And by your third interim report, you are projected to spend $684,000 fewer than 21-22. Your proposed budget has the teachers earning over $900,000 fewer dollars than 21-22. So it continues to go down. During the recession years, the district came hat in hand to CUTA for givebacks during $1 million, and we gave back. And now you don't even ask, you just take it with I'm going to back off on that. In a community letter, the superintendent wrote, CUSD is unable to offer salary increases to our employees this year. We will aim to continue bargaining in good faith with our employee unions despite an ongoing district funding situation that brings us less than half of what most local districts receive. Less than half of what most local districts receive. CUTA questions the veracity of this statement. Some quick research and back of the envelope calculations proves this statement is not quite true. I encourage all governing board members to do their due diligence to discover if CUSD receives less than half of what most local districts receive. At best, this is a qualified statement, and I'm sure it will be qualified, but no local K-8 district is funded if you take the total amount of revenues, divide it by ADA at twice what CUSD receives, not even Hillsborough, which is the most expensive community in the United States. School districts exist to educate students. Teachers educate students. You need teachers. Teacher salaries need to be prioritized in the budget because we are the most essential workers. You also need school site staff and yard duty personnel to keep children safe and cared for. These positions should be budget priorities. It is clear from the proposed 23-24 budget that teachers, therefore, direct services to students are not a priority. In fact, the 23-24 budget proposes a $360 $360,000 increase for books and supplies. This amount alone is enough to fund over 2% of a teacher's salary increase. Well, you might say, we need books and supplies. Yep, we need books. Don't we know from our experience during the pandemic that supplies and books don't educate students because we spent a lot of money on books and supplies? And we have pandemic learning loss that can be directly attributed to a lack of qualified teachers in front of students. CUTA continues to urge the governing board to think outside the box. We need to support our students. CUTA continues to believe, because of its inability to attract and retain teachers, especially to high school positions, the governing board should consider asking San Mateo Union High School District to take over Half Moon Bay High School. In the meantime, tonight, when you get to item 5F, please discuss prioritizing teacher salaries in the budgets. Make a resolution to bring teacher salaries up to the peninsula's prevailing wage. Get the most bang for your buck. Fund teacher salaries, work to attract and retain teachers. As always, I'm happy to share our fiscal analysis with any community or board member. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, CSEA. We have somebody here from CSEA. It appears we do not, so we will go to next item on the agenda, the board members report. Who would like to start? Kim.
I just want to say congratulations to all of the graduates this year. It was a busy week, and I was able to attend both El Granada and Hatch graduations, and it's so fun to look at it through the lens of a community member now, not just the parent, because you could see the joy in the parents' faces as their kids were graduating. And Hatch fifth graders turned around and sang to all of the parents that were there, and watching them all be dressed up and it just, I remember years ago thinking, you don't need a graduation except the 12th grade. This is 100 years ago when I was teaching. But I really do see the value in those transition and marking those moments and giving kids something fun to look forward to. So I'll just leave my comments with that. And actually, no, I'll say a little bit more. I missed the May board meeting, the regular board meeting, because I'm in an academic program that takes me away a couple of times a year right now. And I am sorry to hear that the teachers don't feel valued, because I certainly, again, do believe that this board, and I can speak for myself personally, am proud of this district and all of the teachers and all that they do. Yeah, if anybody would like to sit and visit with me on ideas, I'd love to hear from teachers on not only the fiscal analysis, but what are the things you need? And this year I have been remiss in not having as many small group and discussions with teachers. As we've come out of COVID, my work demands grew significantly, and I realize I've been a little bit out of balance. So please know that I'm an email or a phone call away, and I am happy to make time to visit through the summer. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Who wants to go next? I can call on you.
I can go. I'll be fast. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our employees for their hard work this year. I know there's been many changes trying to make things better, and everyone's been great working, and I appreciate all of our employees for being there. And I just want to start thinking about next year and looking ahead to that. We're still failing many of our students, so we still, I feel like we have changes to make, and we need to support those kids and spend money to support those kids where we feel it's most needed. That's a lot of you. So that's all I have. Just thank you for everything you've done this year. I know it's been a hard year, and look forward to making more changes because we have to do something different because what we've been doing isn't working. So, thank you. Lizette. Isn't working for all kids.
Ya. Voy a empezar en español, como siempre. Primeramente, gracias a todos los que están aquí. Quisiera darle las gracias a Kelly, que habló y habló en una forma muy, a veces como miembros de aquí, como miembros de la mesa directiva no tenemos toda la experiencia o no vemos todas las diferentes cosas que están pasando en todas las escuelas. Y el hecho de que alguien viene y nos, no nada más nos da a saber cosas que son concernantes, pero también darnos opciones o sugerencias es siempre algo que para mí es muy importante y lo aprecio mucho. Muchas gracias. También quisiera hablar de estas las graduaciones que acaban de pasar. Para mí fue un honor y un privilegio de ser invitada y con mucha humildad y alegría acepté ser parte de estas graduaciones. Y digo humildad y alegría porque ser una latina y estar allí enfrente de la comunidad es algo que me da mucho orgullo y mucho placer de hacer y muchas gracias a todos por la invitación, a los directores, a las consejeras, a todos los maestros. También otra razón que lo digo con mucha humildad, porque yo también fui un estudiante de estas escuelas, es algo muy personal y algo muy bonito, y también por ser parte de esta comunidad, es un orgullo y un privilegio. Muchas gracias. Quiero felicitar a todos los maestros, desde el kinder hasta los que terminaron con los alumnos, y quiero agradecerles por toda su ayuda y por enseñarles a nuestra juventud el camino, su camino, cualquiera que sea, porque cada uno es un mundo y cada uno tiene sus propias decisiones y experiencias, y a los padres por estar allí y apoyar a sus hijos a caminar ese camino. A veces no ha sido fácil, a veces yo creo como padres los estamos empujando, a veces nada más los estamos agarrando de la mano, pero el hecho de que ellos pueden caminar su propio camino. También quiero agradecer a los muchachos por levantarse todos los días, a veces con ganas, a veces tal vez no con ganas, pero paso a paso caminar su propio camino y deberían de estar muy orgullosos. Cualquiera que fue su meta, mayormente los más grandes tienen más presión en lo que van a hacer en el futuro, lo cual los demás ya saben que van a ir al próximo grado, pero igual ha sido el camino que cada uno tiene que recorrer y les quiero dar las gracias por invitarme y felicitarlos a todos, desde los padres a los maestros, a los mismos alumnos. Para mí, desafortunadamente, no pude ir a las escuelas elementales porque fueron en la mañana y yo trabajo, pero asistí a las graduaciones de cuña de la Half Moon Bay High School. Me encanta, muy chiquita, pero me encanta la ceremonia que tienen para pilarcitos y próximamente estoy ansiosa de ir y a ver los chiquitos de los listos que va a ser al final del mes. Eso es todo para mí. So I first want to thank everybody who is here and for being here. I want to thank Kelly for your comments because I think sometimes, me personally, I don't know what's going on in every school. I have to admit that. So see someone's perspective and talk about what your concerns are, and also giving us feedback and maybe some possible solutions is very much appreciated. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. I always welcome everybody to come and speak, and like Dr. Mefetrit says, everybody has their own truth. So thank you for doing that. I want to say what an honor and a privilege it was to be invited and to be part of the graduations, and I humbly and I was very happy and humbled to accept this. And I say humble because I was a Latina. I was one of the only Latinas on that stage. And to see, sorry. I don't even know why I'm crying, I'm sorry. And being a student it means a lot. And a community member, so thank you. I want to thank all the parents. First, I want to thank the teachers from kinder, like we have here, Miss, I'm sorry. I want to thank all the teachers, even from kinder, because these teachers, God, I'm so emotional today. Just want to thank the teachers for paving the way. I want to thank the parents for being there, sometimes pushing them in their path, or other times holding their hands. And I want to thank the students for doing and being there, sometimes willingly and sometimes not, and for walking their walk. And I want to wish them best of luck. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, you guys. I don't even know what so. And I unfortunately have to work, so I can't be in the graduations for the elementaries. But it was an honor to be there for Cunha High School and Pilarcitos, who's always very small but very close knit ceremony. And I'm looking forward to being there for Los Listos. And I apologize, I'm like so emotional. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Carmen?
I just wanted to echo my previous board members' comments. I didn't know I was going to make that funny noise. Anyway, so thank you, teachers, for all the amazing support, getting those kids across those stages with their diplomas. And my own son graduated from the 5th grade at Farallon View. And yeah, it was really special. And I know it was like efforts of hundreds and hundreds of people to get those kids to where they are. And I'm very, very thankful and blessed for that. And I also wanted to say we love Jan. Also, she was my son's 2nd grade teacher this year, and I'm so sad that she's retiring. She's, I actually think she's in Scandinavia right now, so wherever you are, Jan, thank you. Yeah, congratulations and all the love, and yes, so thank you. And yes, again, I like to say this every time. We love the teachers. We want to support the teachers. We love the students. We want to support them. That's why we're here. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen. So first I want to say, Lizette, we get it, because graduations are, and you were talking about graduations, right? Like graduations, I feel like to me, it's kind of like a wedding. Like you're happy, you're joyful, like so much so that like you want to cry and think about what it took people to get there, right? Be it a wedding or be it a graduation. So I think pretty much at every graduation, especially the high school ones, like it's not one that like tears don't well up in my eyes, and it's not even my own personal children there. And I think part of it is because of like what you said, Carmen, about like how you know how much effort it took for that student and for the hundreds of their fellow students and adults around them throughout their lives since they were like a baby and born, right? Daycare, to after school programs, to classrooms, to cafeterias, to feel like it took so much effort to birth this graduate. It's an emotional thing, and I think that's something that that we do celebrate. And it was really fantastic and amazing to be again at the high school graduation, as well as Cunha, and to be able to celebrate those with students and families and staff and everybody this year, like every year. Soon after our last regular board meeting, I had the chance to visit Half Moon Bay High School. Thank you to Andy Boyset for hosting me to visit classrooms. So I got to go around and visit a bunch of classrooms, which was awesome because I'd also been wanting to do that for a while, but it's kind of like, it's been a slow ramp up coming back on campus and being able to do that. And everyone's just so busy on campus. So I've been trying to be respectful, but thank you to Mr. Boysen for helping pull it off. It was really great. Also, for me, something I wasn't very particularly familiar with was the FFA program, the Future Farmers of America program up at the high school, Half Moon Bay High School. So I was able to join for their awards night and get to meet and see a lot of the work that's going on there and how that is such a phenomenal program that helps so many kids learn and grow. So my CSBA responsibilities continued as well through, we had the 2-day delegate assembly up in Sacramento, so went up for that and to help kind of inform and guide the policy advocacy platform for CSBA, as well as the legislative committee last Friday, where again, we went through probably like a dozen and a half bills in the legislature right now and chimed in on staff's recommendations for advocacy, whether we support or whether we oppose, different bills. So that's really satisfying, and I can say every time I'm there, and I'm probably one of the few voices there speaking for flipper districts, and they get it, they're hearing it, and much as the political climate is not particularly conducive in Sacramento to help us fix that, because we are so by far the minority, and this basic aid community-funded format works quite well for those at the top of the heap, which one can easily determine. I would suggest no back of the envelope calculations needed for that comparison, because the San Mateo County Office of Education publishes every year an annual report that shows their analysis of per pupil spending. So let's look at that, and you can then see nearly threefold differences between those at the bottom of the level and those at the top, without even accounting for demographic differences through unduplicated pupil counts that really, if you controlled for that, the numbers would be even more different. And it doesn't account for differential parcel tax and foundation spending either. That's just LCFF and property taxes. So Google San Mateo County Office of Education, go to their website, and then find their annual report that was just released as an update like a month ago, maybe, for last year. And then you can see like the actual numbers. So also fun to be at the Kent Awards. I'm thrilled that CUSD, thank you Leticia for being there and receiving on behalf of CUSD awards for 2 great programs, one around mental health and one around environmental sustainability. I was really thrilled to have Anna Shu there to also speak to those 2 programs, as well as she did in her newsletter too. The more we get visibility with our legislators, and she's at the US level, and so we've been talking with her staff about special education funding and the fact that special education is not fully funded by the federal government, although it is mandated to be so, costs us at Cabrillo Unified $1 to $2 million a year, typically, depending on what the costs are, the needs are each year, can vary. And so that's on their radar. It's hard to see that happening anytime soon, quite frankly, in the federal government, but I think it is important that we continue to advocate so that when there is a political climate of, and this is actually generally bipartisan supported, but because, again, pressures on the federal government budget, it's hard to see that actually happening, because in totality across the US, it would cost like a lot of money for them. So, hey, if we get like 2% more every year, that's something, right? And slowly increase it. So we'll continue to work with Congresswoman Eshoo and Congressman Mullen, who's also in DC from our region and knows us well. So I also spoke at the affordable housing meeting for, I think it's 455 Kelly, the property that the city bought that they are looking to build affordable housing for farm workers, because again, housing policy and education policy are inextricably linked. Fundamentally, a lot of the cost pressures we face here are because housing is so extraordinarily expensive in the Bay Area, and this is true throughout the Bay Area, even the coast side, which is probably slightly less than places over the hill, which gives us slightly less, well, a lot less property tax revenues. But I think that's really great, and I appreciate, again, our staff thinking outside the box and continue to bring to us really ambitious proposals, exciting proposals for exploring employee housing, which I think is, by, with fair certainty, going to be how the Bay Area, one big strategy for Bay Area school districts to address that exorbitantly high cost of living, despite the lack of regional cost of living adjustments in our funding. that aren't basic aid and end up with more inequities than not. That was a really exciting, so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak there. We had, of course, our special meeting last week, seems like longer ago, but May 30th, we had our third interim review, and we'll review the budget today. I'm grateful the San Mateo County Office of Education now is moving in with us, kind of, sort of. FICMAT will be visiting soon, again, apparently, because that is the protocol for districts that are, I believe, into the negative certification that we had in the third interim. So great staff, glad to meet with them. I appreciate that they indicated that in no uncertain terms, because we had highlighted this. I had asked them about this with our staffing spend being at 86.6. I think that's the rolling average for the last 3 years. They were very clear in no uncertain terms that that is appropriate, and then if not a little bit like on the higher side. So that was reassuring. So we'll talk more about budget, I guess, later today. They also are concerned about cash flow. That's something else that they look at, as well as like the budget. It's the budget forecast itself to just help make sure that we're equipped to pay the bills throughout all the bumps and the roller coasters that we will have. And that's helpful. Again, of course, we'll be planning in the coming months around how to mitigate these challenges, and we'll talk about that more later. But net, when you're constantly running as a family or as a school district or any organization like near empty, any kind of changes or anomalies are going to put you in crisis mode, which here we are again, as we were just 4 years ago. So again, also want to echo the thanks to the retiring staff, both teachers and CSEA staff and unrepresented staff who are retiring this year. I hope that they can have a great summer to kick off that retirement phase of their lives and have a lot of fun. All the best to the students, and thank you to the staff for supporting students doing summer school. It's not easy. Like, I thought about it, I'm like, man, they just ended on Thursday, and here they are back in school, what was it, yesterday, Wednesday? That's hard for a kid, right? They look forward to summer as much as everybody else does that can have that privilege. But I'm hoping that we can make it as fun for them as we can. And I know for sure the enrichment program, like in the middle school, sounds really cool. I'm not so sure about PE or credit recovery in high school. Maybe harder to make fun when you're sitting on EdJoin, or I don't know what they're doing in PE in the summer. But hopefully we can just keep their morale up to feel good enough that when they come back in August, that they feel good about themselves, they feel like they're strong, capable learners, and can be successful next year. So I also want to point out a couple things. One big thing in the consent agenda, big because it took a lot of pages, and big because it's important and it took a lot of work for the schools. And it was referenced earlier in the public comment, the SIPSAs that the sites did were huge efforts, and they look really good. Not a lot of funding directly allocated to them, but I think it was, and we can hear as well earlier, that like those conversations with the site councils were good opportunities to think more broadly about local initiatives, like school level initiatives to support students with some of the greatest needs. So thank you to all our principals and the site council members who participate in that process. And the last thing I just want to say is kind of more general comment, and it's about a book that I'm reading. It's called High Conflict, and it was recommended to me by a friend. And I looked it up on Goodreads because I'm not really very good at summarizing these things. But basically, it's High Conflict. It's a book that was written to describe what happens when discord distills into a good versus evil kind of feud, the kind with an us and a them, where people are drawn into high conflict by similar forces, regarding what the setting is, be it like political, like we have here, be it geopolitical, like warring countries, be it like gang-related issues. These are high conflicts that people are drawn into by things like conflict entrepreneurs, people that really specialize in and enjoy sometimes that kind of conflict through humiliation and shame, and through false binaries, like something's either black or it's white, and there's not gray in between, right? So we get stuck into saying, that bottle's dirty, right? Well, it's like, well, maybe there's a piece of dirt on it, but I wouldn't call it dirty, right? Like there's about how there's this gray area. So it's cool because they take real life examples of these kind of high conflicts escalating and really start to give some insights into how they can be de-escalated. Two main things, I'm still getting through the books, but a couple of things that have emerged so far are really around rehumanizing and recategorizing one another, not as the people that are out to get me or the people that don't like me or the people that I have to fight and win over, like getting away from that, without being people, right? And also through reviving curiosity and wonder, which I know, Kim, you spoke about before in terms of being curious and wonderments, things like that. So I think those are two things that I'm looking forward to continue to read this book. The title of the book is called High Conflict. I don't remember the name of the author. I want to say it starts with an A, but I could be wrong. And so I would even be, I think it manifests in different things, even like when someone says something, you might think you heard them say something, but they didn't. You just expected them to say something because of who you expect that they are. And you say, well, Carmen must have said that my hair was too fluffy today because she doesn't like curly hair, right? But it's like, oh no, she just said your hair looks, different, whatever. So it's really fascinating to me, that kind of psychology that can end up impacting how we feel about ourselves, impacting how we feel about each other, impacting our interactions, and therefore impacting the people around us, even inadvertently, right? So I think it's pretty cool. So I'm reading it. If anyone wants to do a little ad hoc book club, on the board, but also, I don't know if we have to agendize that, probably not board business, so that'd be okay. But also, I open invite to the public, students, families, staff, whoever is out there listening and wants to kind of, grab a coffee or do a walk on the bluffs sometime and kibbutz about this book, I'd love to do it. So anyway, you all know where to reach me. So yeah, that's all I have for my comments. And with that, we'll go back to we don't have our student board member here, so we'll skip over 3D and we'll go to 3E, the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. I want to join our board members in talking about how there's great cause for celebration. It was great to see the promotion ceremonies and the graduation ceremonies, so many of them last week, running around from ceremony to ceremony. I think I had to miss one, which is always kind of sticks at me, but I want to thank Dr. Bhatia and Ms. Ladd and Mr. Contreras and the board members and so many other people in district office, Ms. Forrester, for attending those as we did. The high school, of course, the high schools are always very poignant because it begins life after high school, and I think that really is emotional. And I do thank the teachers and the staff and the school administrators and support staff who got those kids there and helped them meet those milestones. I'll also say that it's a cause for celebration that summer school started yesterday. I know that we are thankful to Big Lift, to our library partners, to the Boys and Girls Club, to Ayudando Latinos a Soñar for partnering with us to provide a STEAM program here at Cunha, and also to provide at Hatch, and also high school credit recovery. I think that can be a joyful thing. I mean, I think a lot of the summer school is a time of joy. For the credit recovery, maybe not so much, but it helps them get across the line. I do think it's a cause of celebration too, that this is, we're celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month and our flying flags, the progress flag at our school sites and at our district office. And I know that this is also not just a cause for celebration for us, but also a cause of debate in other areas. But I am just so pleased. Last week, I got to go in between some graduation ceremonies to the city, to Dutra Plaza, to see that raised. And Jenny Walter from Coast Pride was there, and Matthew Chittister, city manager, was there, and Joaquin Jimenez was there. And so we got to raise that flag in the city, and we think that's fantastic. Coast Pride is such a good partner. And I just want to say that although I do get some emails about why are we flying the flag, usually I just have to say, hey, look at our proclamation from May, celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month, or look at our proclamation in September that celebrates October as LGBTQ History Month. And I think that is a cause of celebration. And I just want to remind people, as did Governor Newsom and Attorney General Bonta and State Superintendent of Instruction Tony Thurmond, last week they issued a letter talking about book banning and reminding people that we do have a responsibility to teach to the lives and experiences of all people, regardless of their disability, their religion, their gender, their race, their nationality, their sexual orientation. And so hopefully everybody can come together. LGBTQ Pride Month, when you see the progress flag, it actually includes, unlike the Gilbert Baker flag, the Daniel Quasar flag, the progress flag, as we've discussed here previously, includes some new stripes and new colors to represent people of color who actually helped start the movement with the Stonewall riots and with the first Pride celebrations in this nation. So I think that is a cause of celebration. It is not a cause of celebration, as Sophia mentioned, that we did have to meet with the San Mateo County Office of Education Business Department staff, their assistant superintendent or deputy superintendent of business services, and two of their leaders. And it is the case, as those who saw the May 30th meeting, that we have a negative budget. We had a qualified budget. We have a negative budget. I want to reiterate what the reasons for that are. We do have declining enrollment. We did flip from basic aid to local control funding formula. And with declining enrollment, that even with increases in funding from the state, that did mean there was less money than we expected we would get. People often ask me, well, what happened? Well, we did flip from basic aid to local control funding formula. Hopefully we'll flip back to basic aid, but we are a poor basic aid district. We've discussed this. Other communities have more than we do because of development, because of property taxes. And our projections were higher than what came in on the AB 1200 that we submitted last year for salary increases for all employees and bonuses for all employees. Our projection was at 4% because the assessment tracker said it was going to be 6.5%. And some folks said, hey, you've got to do this. And it actually came in at less than 2%. So there is no blame to that. I do not blame our employees, certainly, for that. But we do need to take responsibility going forward to chart a course for cuts as we did 4 years ago. And that is why we are unable to offer employees raises, any of our employees raises or recommend raises at this time, because as we discussed with the county office folks yesterday, even if we tried to do so, if we went to submit an AB 1200 with a negative budget, they would not allow it. So there is a process ahead, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think it was quoted in the Half Moon Bay Review. We will be looking at cuts again, and that's just to make ends meet. So we will be back in that process. The coast side is configured differently than other districts. Pacifica and Cabrillo Unified in particular are low-funded districts compared to Pescadero La Honda, which is higher funded on the coast side, and many other districts in the county are funded higher than we are. With declining enrollment, that does mean that we are staffing differently. We are staffing more efficiently. We are trying to, and that means sometimes a need for fewer teachers, because there are fewer students in the classroom. When I came to the district 4 years ago, I think there were over 3,000 students, and I think now we're below 2,800 or around 2,800. And per pupil funding is less here than in most districts in the county. I think those are the stories and the reasons that I can give for this. It will be a process ahead. When we look at that ahead, we will look at cuts and we will look at reductions in force, and there are laws that require that we submit names and position titles in the fall for reductions in force. And then it is the case that the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team will be assigned to us again, and a letter of lack of going concern will be assigned by the county office, and we're on their watch list again. That's through no fault other than our projections came in higher than our actual revenues, and our expenses did increase with additional staff required for COVID. That's one of the other reasons, is that we had COVID, targeted categorical funding for COVID, and those monies are drying up as people stop giving us those categorical funds. So there's some work to be done in months ahead. It is a daunting challenge. It's never nice to talk about how we are going to make cuts, and we've been through this process again, but until such time as we have fiscal health and that we have a budget where we can show that our revenues exceed our expenses, that puts us in a position where we can't provide to employees that we would love to provide for, particularly because of the cost of living in the Bay Area. I do look forward to later in the month working with the board, providing an equity audit report. As Ms. Alexander said, the data is clear. It's been clear for years. I think there was a Stanford professor by the name of Sean Reardon, actually, the same as our former CUTA co-president, who talked years ago, I think in 2018, about the discrepancy and the disparity in student outcomes, particularly for those of low socioeconomic status, particularly for those who are English language learners in this district. And there is work to be done there, and we need to grapple with that data, and that's what we've been trying to do through the COVID crisis, and what we will continue to do going forward, to look at data, to look at student performance data, and to have that student performance data inform our professional development of our school site staff, administrators, teachers, district staff, et cetera, so that we can assume best practice strategies to help particularly English language learners. So I look forward to providing that I think June 22nd is our next meeting. And Aurora Laura from Insight Education will be coming to provide a presentation at that time. And those recommendations will inform our strategy and our strategic planning, which then hopefully a special board meeting on the 23rd, we can talk about that in depth, and then come back in the fall and open the strategic plan. So a lot happening in the district, much cause for celebration and much cause for introspection, and I look forward to the meeting tonight and the ongoing work. Thank you to the board, thank you to staff and the public for continuing to be involved and advocate for students and for staff in the way they do.
Thank you, Sean. That brings us to item 4, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Carmen. This is a roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen? Lisette? Mary Beth? Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. All right, item 5, general business. First, we'll start with student recognition. Half Moon Bay High School salutatorian Grace Bigelow Leth and valedictorian Josephine Kearns. Leticia.
Good evening, President Lane. I'm sorry, let me move Scoochy over here. Okay. Good evening, governing board members, President Lane, and colleagues, Dr. McFetridge, and community members. I don't believe we have our students here, right? They're not here today, but we do want to take this time to recognize our salutatorian and valedictorian. From Half Moon Bay High School salutatorian Grace Bigelow Leth, The class salutatorian is recognized as the student earning the highest academic record in a graduating class, second only to the valedictorian. The person earning this recognition will gave the first speech at graduation, representing the entire senior class. The amount of effort, dedication, intelligence, and focus to earn the honor of salutatorian is remarkable and worthy of our attention. And we did personally hear these speeches, and they were motivational and inspiring. So we will be sending Grace Bigelow-Leth congratulations on your new adventure in college, and we'll be sending the award via mail, right, Rosie, maybe? The next one, Half Moon Bay High School 2023 valedictorian, Josephine Kearns. The valedictorian is a student who represents the entire graduating class as a top academic student. Earning valedictorian recognition is an achievement honor based on performance data over 4 high school years. But it also is illustrative of an individual who is respected by peers and staff in a myriad of ways. As part of this recognition, this person will have the opportunity and had the opportunity to deliver the valedictorian speech at graduation. Congratulations, Josephine Kearns. And same thing, you will be receiving this recognition, and congratulations on your next step in your academic career.
Great, thank you so much, Leticia. Okay, item 5B, La Costa Adult School Site Presentation. Drew, welcome.
Hi, Mr. Gamet. He is our director of La Costa Adult School, and we just definitely want to say that we have seen such amazing growth of La Costa. Thanks for being here and presenting an update of the amazing things happening at La Costa.
Thank you. Oh, cool. Thank you so much. Board President Lane, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent McFetridge, and staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and address you for the 3rd time this year. I am so excited. This has been an incredible first year for me, and I'm really excited to talk about some things. And I have here in my pocket some extra super hot off the press. It's so new information that I couldn't even print it out. I had to write it down in a Post-it. So, and I'm going to end with that, but really excited to present you and talk with you a little bit about what we're doing here. I'm going to go over some of the things that we've talked about, since I know we have someone here new. And so basically, what adult education has become is we are to provide short-term training and resources to get adults higher paying and mid-level jobs. We have various programs that we've been using to do that. So through our ESL classes, these are classes, obviously, teaching students English. It's focused on conversational, civic, and social-oriented language. This year, we offered ESL classes in the evenings over at the Pilarcitos campus. We've had such a great response. We are going to add a couple of evening classes, and we are going to also add some morning classes. And I've been working with Annie over at the library, and we are going to have, and they are going to be offering conversation in the afternoon, so we can finally say morning, afternoon, or evening, if you're looking for English classes in this community, you can get them. So we're really excited about that. The other thing that we're excited is I'm madly working right now because we got the go-ahead from the California Adult Education Office to use adult education funds for paying for childcare for our students. And just to kind of clarify for everyone to make sure that we're clear about what we're talking about, adult education is a categorical fund in the same way that the superintendent was talking about. So we are Fund 11. So when you get your interim budget reports, or if you're looking at your unaudited actuals, you got a thumb all the way to the back to find us, but we're in there. So, but we are definitely separate from the general fund, and the way we are funded and how we increase our funding is a different model. I'll talk a little bit about more of that. Adult basic education. We are hoping to start a new adult basic education English class in the fall. And the focus of that, I know in this particular size is English and math. We can do both, but really it's meant to make that flip to, especially when it comes to English, to writing, formal writing, the type of writing you would do in an office, formal emails, Also report writing and essay writing if you're looking to go into an academic setting, which is where we're hoping to move a lot of our students to. High school diploma and high school equivalency, you guys, thank you so very much. This one really took us by surprise that I mentioned back in December, and it just kept getting more surprising because we opened that, that program up new at the beginning of the school year. You guys greenlighted a 145 credit diploma, which has been very, very popular. And we finished the year with 33 students in that program, up from 0. So there we go. So very excited about that. And we are doing the equivalency program as well. And once again, because of everything that's been going on, we are now going to be able to have our teachers available to do office hours with the students 4 nights a week, which last year we were just doing 2. So we're really excited about that. It's going to help a lot of students. Workforce training, this is going forward, College of San Mateo. We're going to be using our hub buildings for that. We have 2 teachers throughout the district that are going to be also supporting those College of San Mateo professors. So basically, if a student wants to get training as a senior home health assistant or as an office assistant, College of San Mateo will send over their professor. We will push in one of our teachers so that the students are getting live, real-time help in the class while they're taking the class, and then we're going to give them a once-a-week lab to make sure that they're really retaining everything and they're preparing for their next class. This is going to really speed up the rate at which students are able to complete a program and actually have a certificate that can get them a better paying job within 12 months. So this is the progression that I laid out before. We have a progression. It would have been nice if it was 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, because that seems to make sense, and none of these really kind of, it doesn't even make a good acronym. So just to kind of give it to you there, it's English as a second language would be a first step, and then a high school diploma or equivalency, and then adult basic education, and then job or career training, and then a new job. But it also could be that you're not an English learner, in which case you would do adult basic education and then the high school diploma and then the job, career training, and the job. But if you already have your diploma, then you could do adult basic education to prepare you for the job training, the career training, the new job. Or you may just want to come in and get the job training. And so in that case, you could come right on in, sign up for our job training program, and be on your way to the new job and career. And of course, all of our classes are free. So we're not charging any of our students to participate in our classes. And also, it's very important to realize that you can do some of these things concurrently. And so we do have quite a few students who have started on their high school diploma or equivalency while they're doing English as a second language. So a lot of these things can be done simultaneously at the same time. And we also have an agreement, you know, you don't need a high school diploma to go and take classes up at the College of San Mateo. And right now, the county is obviously funding those tuition costs. So if you're a resident of San Mateo County, you're not going to be charged for taking classes in College of San Mateo, which stole a little bit of our thunder because there is an underlying law that says if you're co-enrolled in an adult school and a college, then you get your tuition for free. That's okay. When this goes, if this program from the county goes away, we still have our support. We will be providing free tuition for our students. Other programs, we were able to pilot a K-12 success program over at Hatch. 3 very enthusiastic students that were able to come in, but I think we've really we've hammered out some of the bugs in that program, and I think one of the big things that's going to be a really big help is we tried to launch the pilot in the middle of January. There was something going on. I can't remember what it was going on in January, although my shoes are still wet. So our plan is to partner up and work with the new administrative team from Hatch when they come on board, and we will make sure that we're getting this in front of the parents at the start of the school year. But we really feel like this is a program that can really help parents understand the complexities and the nuances of our public education system and really set them up for success with things that in some cases you just don't see in other parts of the world. We do special education in a very unique way. We do all sorts of other programs, all funding and categoricals and things like that. So I think it's going to be really a key component, not just for the success of the La Costa Adult School, but for the success of the school. ESL for seniors, we provided a class over at Senior Co-Siders. Wow, they are enthusiastic, and they show up a lot. So it was just an absolutely incredible program. Angel, who many of you know who does adaptive P in the school district, was the teacher, and they were just having a blast in there. So we were really excited to get that program going, and we're really looking forward to that. Those students, so most of our programs are going to start after Labor Day, just because we want to give the K-12, all of our teachers from the K-12 programs, and so we want to give them an opportunity to start that and then join us. Those seniors were like, no, we want to start in August. And it's like, ooh, okay, Angel, you good? Everyone's good? So we're going to start in August. But it's a wonderful, wonderful group, and we're just so thankful for those seniors. The big changes that are coming, and I talked a little bit about this, the child care for the evening classes, that we're really planning on being a game changer. When I talk about the year-end data here at the end, I'm like, whoa, what's gonna happen with our numbers when we see that? But that has been, I've heard that over and over again in ELAC meetings and DLAC meetings from parents, that this is what they need in order to be able to attend and participate. So we're gonna so hopefully that will solve that. K-12 success is gonna start at the beginning of the year, as I said. Back in December, which was the last time I came, you all approved the increase of the hourly rate for our teachers to $61.84 an hour. That has also been huge. Again, that is out of Fund 11, so it's categorical, and none of our teachers are full-time, and I kind of see that's how the model of how this is going to run. We're not going to have full-time teachers in this program for a very long time. Coordinating support between the LCS students attending CSM, that's that program that's going to be going on over at the hub, so we're really excited about that. ESL classes in the morning, the coordinated ESL support between Half Moon Bay Library, and the fact that we're going to be offering our ESL classes over at the hub in the morning is also a new use of that space. We have used it for a partnership with COSIDE Hope for doing our citizenship classes. We're just going to expand that in the morning so we can offer ESL. And so that brings me to the end here. And so I just wanted to hit you up. What I am doing madly, what I was doing before I came here, is just all the data for our program. And so what I did was I pulled up the numbers for the number of students served at La Costa, going back to 2019, 2020, 169 students were served by the program. 20 and 21, our favorite year, 76. 21, 22, 94. 22, 23, 234. So there we go. Thank you guys. This doesn't happen without the stalwart support of a Board of Education and a superintendent and a chief financial officer and curriculum and instruction and the whole gamut, if you will, of I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Just everyone on the team supporting a program like this to make it happen. And so thank you to you all, to all of you guys, thank you so much. It has been an absolute blast, and I am looking forward to having more of a blast next year. So any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Gim.
I know. No, thank you. I mean, even though we could give you all the support, which I don't take any credit for, but thank you to the district. But thank you for just your energy, your enthusiasm, and for the work you do, because, you could have all the services, but if you don't reach out to those people and find those people and connect those people to those services, you know, the numbers that you gave us speak for itself. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
And I do want to make just a suggestion that just popped out of my head when I was listening to you. The K-12 Success Program. I know that Los Listos, they have, and our preschool for the district, they have a very strong connection, the school and the parent support. I mean, Graciela and the teachers with the support with the support of Leticia and the support of Rosalba and all the people that do the work with those families. They have a really strong connection, so maybe that's one of the groups you want to kind of advocate this, and hopefully you get a little more people involved, especially if it's going to start in the beginning of the school year. So maybe you could make a connection with Graciela or talk to Leticia, but yes, I really recommend, because it's amazing the work that they do with those families, and a lot of them are new time to the district, and it's amazing how involved and willing they are to participate and support their students. So that's just a suggestion, and thank you for being here, and thank you for everything that you do.
Of course, thank you very much.
I'm super excited to hear all this. Sounds amazing. I am curious, how are you attracting students?
So I think one of the key tools that we've been using is social media, which I believe is on the agenda tonight. I think that is a really key way of interacting with students. We've been using Facebook. We have recently started using Nextdoor as well. Nextdoor is not quite as effective at reaching out to our immigrant community. Facebook still continues to be a very effective tool for doing that. But I think there's also other things. I mean, I think making sure, I've been fortunate enough, and thank you, Sophia, for helping out with this, just making sure that I'm in a lot of these meetings. Sean, I think, has memorized the entire phone book. Well, I don't know if we still use phone books, but a lot of people, and has been pushing me, go talk to this person, go talk to this person, make this connection. I think that's part of it. And then I think, being present at Make It Main Street. Like, I try and make it to those types of things, and a lot of these types of events. I'm not sure the Pumpkin Festival was very effective, but a lot of the ones that we have local people, sometimes I'm meeting students, sometimes I'm meeting teachers, especially, and that's going to be especially critical because we're going to start these morning classes, and that's what our K-12 teachers are teaching. So I'm trying to find, and same thing with the K-12 Success, we have to find teachers that aren't part of our teaching core that is working a full day and then coming and working at night with us. Yeah.
Finish.
No. And so I would just say it's just fully comprehensive, just going out, and I'm trying to, as time goes on, go out, visit different locations. I've been in contact with Norm Ramontes. We've been trying to just, make connections with all of those types of people. If I can go there, if I can sit in a meeting. I've been at a lot of ELAC meetings and DLAC meetings. So I think it's just being visible, getting out there, and just, shaking the trees. And then hopefully, as we can fix some of these things, I think one of the key things that the childcare is, I think, a very key fix. I think the next relationship to lean on, maybe lean on is the wrong word, to really connect with is going to be, I think, our business community, and really communicating out to people that when you have an adult who is going to put themselves out there to basically take any free time they have and put that into their own education, I think there's some education we could do with our business community to let them know what the impact is on students, even when they're just doing something like, oh, this person didn't come in, hey, I need you to cover an extra shift. And it's 3 seconds, and they may not think about what the impact is. But when you start pulling people out of classes and whatnot, it can be very difficult for them. And then also having the compassion to understand that, learning a new language takes a little bit of work, takes a little bit of time. It takes a bit to build your confidence so that you have a voice in it. And I think that's also another, important thing that we're going to have to communicate out with that particular group of people so that our students are supported.
You're hustling. I like it. Are you able to attract enough staff? I know you mentioned it's going to be tough finding morning staff, but have you been successful?
I think that the increased funding for teacher salaries has made a big difference. And so far we've been doing pretty good. I think last year we were just because of the arc of time and how things were going, and then our students were significantly impacted by the weather in January and February. And I was actually really excited to see this number of the number of students we serve, because I thought I was expecting an even bigger wave coming in January. And first night of classes, and it's pouring down rain, and they're closing bridges south of town, and I was like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? But luckily, we brought a lot of people, so it's really exciting.
One more. So the people that are taking the CSM courses, so a CSM professor like zooms in, is that what happens?
No. It zooms in their car. They're zooming down here. They're in person. Yes.
So the CSM professor is in person as well as a support person?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought the support person was there because the professor wasn't in person. Okay.
No. We want to make sure. My thought and philosophy is, whenever possible, we want to make them in-person classes so that people are coming together. And I do feel like education is a communal experience that you have to have sitting in the same room. With our high school diploma and our high school equivalency, because the students have such a diverse amount of curriculum that they're studying at one time, it's hard to focus anything into a single class, because even if they have to take an English credit for their high school diploma, there's 6 different levels of that. And so, with 33 students, you're never going to have enough. So
how do you do that? Is that Edgenuity?
So the way that we do that is, the expectation is that we're using Edgenuity, and the students are required to come in 1 week and meet with the teacher in person. The next week they can just have a digital or an online interaction, either over Zoom or just an email, hey, I'm okay, and go on. But it's tricky, because you want to maintain a connection with the school. Otherwise, as stressors hit them as they're trying to go through class, sometimes it's because it's out of sight, out of mind, people will tend to drop out a little bit quicker. But we want to make the connection. We just can't have them take, an hour-long class 3 nights a week or something like that to learn the content.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. I just want to say big thanks, Drew. I think that just, we have interacted in the past, of course, on Make It Main Street last year, but also through the Co-Side Workforce Development Roundtable. And I really appreciate your not only thinking strategically about how you recruit your students and your staff, as Mary Beth had asked, around like social media, networking, kind of taking, I see that in you as well, kind of here, but also just in the field, if you will, and you're doing your day-to-day job, how you have such a proactive approach to networking and also just meeting people where they are, right? Not expecting people to come to you and, with whatever that you offer to them, but really thinking through from the student's point of view, what are their barriers and how do I fix their barriers? And like somehow making it work and making it happen, because childcare is often a barrier for parents, many of whom, clearly you're serving many parents in our community who are supporting our kids. So I appreciate too that as a district, we're addressing the barrier for our K-12 students through their parents as well and supporting them. And I think the K-12 Success Program is going to be amazing, because I would say that's kind of something we hear over and over again, and Lizette, feel free to chime in too. So we probably heard this from a lot of the same people, that like just understanding how to navigate the system is one of the biggest barriers for families.
Yeah.
And when you have that disadvantage, like your kid falls through the cracks. That's just, it's going to happen. It's hard to, and I can see that even as a parent of students in the school, going through schools as well. If you don't have a parent that can help you navigate and advocate for you, you're at a significant disadvantage. And that's something that those kids, the kids that are in those positions, it's the last thing they need, right? Yeah. So I think it's amazing for everybody. So I really just can't say enough how much I feel like you really exemplify that student focus and thinking through what they need and making it happen, getting creative. Thank you to CSM for partnering with you, and thank you for you to partner with them. I think that, it's really, again, smart to think about where are the resources around that we can leverage, yeah. Right? And that's really an amazing one. So that's really cool. So yeah, I think it's great work that's happening, and I can't believe you've ramped up so much. I mean, I can't, but I think I'm impressed, but I'm not entirely surprised. I should say, of course you did. I think it's just an example of course, like, the increased pay was, I'm sure, helpful, but to, having good leadership that's like smart and compassionate and thoughtful and student-centric, like that's so critical in an organization like a school district or anywhere. And I'm really glad that we have that with you. So thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions or comments? Then we can just say, boom.
I'll send you an email.
Okay.
No, just one idea on staffing, one for the morning community members that you might tap into.
Oh, yes, yes. No, I have, that's one thing that you tend to bump into at Make It Main Street is the recently retired. And then, of course, we've got Claudia Frank, who, of course, is never going to stop teaching. But awesome. I can't overstate it enough. I mean, I think the money has been very, very helpful in getting teachers in the door. But I think when you look at our teachers who are spending all day pouring their hearts out to our kids and then coming in and just embracing working with this, really enthusiastic and fun group of adults is amazing. And so, hats off to them. The student, as we often say, our students aren't compelled by law to come.
I was thinking that as well. Like, you've increased enrollment without them having to do it.
Yeah. So
that's amazing.
And I would definitely say that's a function of our great teachers, amazing teachers.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say thank you so much. You've exceeded expectations. I don't know if the expression is me paso la mano. You've totally exceeded expectations, Mr. Gamet. I will say that I kind of suspected from your resume and your experience that this would revolutionize the adult school program here, but the numbers don't lie. But I will also say that your presence at Make It Main Street, at Rotary, with people in the community, the fact that you're bilingual has been huge, and your rapport with your staff. And you spoke to the folks who are working all day, right? Like Paul Farnsworth, or of course Brian Feltz.
Yeah.
And I saw these guys the other day, in an evening, and I'm thinking, they're both parents, and they're both working all day, and then they're showing up, and they love it. Yeah. And teaching English as a second language. So you really should be so proud, and we are so grateful for you being here. It is a completely dedicated funding stream, but I do appreciate your entrepreneurial savvy to work with social media, to get the word out, to be on the street and meet people where they are, to be at ELAC and DLAC meetings, everything. I'm very grateful to you. And I wish you a wonderful summer holiday. I know you and your family are able to take one. And we look forward to what you start up in the fall with the help of Andrea Visanor and Jennifer Taylor Mendoza through the College of San Mateo. You are realizing a dream that we'd had for the program. We didn't do that. You did that. So Drew, thank you so much.
And thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it just dawned on me, I forgot. Summer school is starting on July 10th. So Monday and Wednesday, if you'd like to come down and see what we're doing, we'll be down in the evenings, 6 to 8:30 p.m. Mondays and Wednesdays, starting July 10th at Pillar Cedars. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Drew.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 5C, adoption of elementary science curriculum 2023 to 24 through 2030 to 31.
Hello, everyone. So I just want to give a big thank you to Mr. Israel Castillo, who this year hit the ground running and led an entire elementary science curriculum adoption. I think it's been over a decade since we have had an adopted science curriculum. So thank you, Mr. Castillo, for leading our teachers and our staff. So he's here to present a recommendation for the governing board tonight.
It is a privilege to be here. Thank you very much. I come representing our pilot committee. We have a science recommendation, and I'll start with some of our agenda that I'll cover. I'll go over the background, the process that we took, the lens that we used to review the material, the needs for our community, the recommendations, and then I'll have opportunity for questions. Before we started looking at any of the pilot material, before we opened any pilot material, we decided to look at some of the work that was done already. But even before that, we did take a look to make sure that our goals and visions were aligned. I reviewed our goals with our committee. We made sure that we had a good focus, ensuring that the curriculum was designed for equity, for academic improvement, and one very important component is sustainability, making sure that the curriculum that we adopt is used and that individuals are trained. I think it's important to train individuals to make sure that it's sustainable. Anything that we show emphasize importance and provide professional development, it'll be sustainable. We want to make sure that this curriculum doesn't go to the back burner. So very important. So that's what we started with before anything. This is very small. I apologize for that, but we had quite a diverse group of representatives in our pilot team. We have members from all the sites. We also had an individual from Cunha. Although it says 5th grade on her name, she was actually examining the 5th grade curriculum to make sure that it aligned with the 6th grade curriculum. Some of the feedback mentioned was a lot of the kids are coming to middle school and high school with lack of tools needed to be able to excel in science. I think it's something that we haven't put as much focus, not just at Cabrillo Unified, but I think throughout the state of California, we've been very focused on ELA and mathematics. And it's a little reminder for us that as children, we always loved science. Anytime we had an opportunity to do science, even if it was once a week, that's what excited us, and that's what I think this curriculum, science adoption, will do for our kids, bring excitement and the passion for loving school again. I'll walk you through a little bit through the adoption process. Basically, some of the adoption the process had already taken place. Some of the members had been part of that piloting right prior to COVID-19. There was a team that had already selected some curriculum that they wanted to look at. We also had an opportunity to collaborate with San Mateo County Office of Education. They were invited to come and provide PD prior to us looking at the material. I think it was important for us to all become familiar with the standards, know what to look for when adopting a curriculum. I myself was a science and history teacher for 7 years. I taught ELD, science and history, but the refresher was really important. Things have changed. So it was nice to have the county office support us, and they also provided a list of approved and adopted materials. And the one that I'll be recommending is on that list. Ranking was conducted to select 2 programs. 2 programs was even difficult to juggle. At first, the team wanted to pilot all of them, but that would have took us 3 or 4 years. So we decided on 2 programs. We met every month, sometimes twice a month, focused on what was working, the needs of the specific program. It also consisted of in-person professional development. We were able to collaborate and coordinate with the vendors to come in person and present at our district office. It was a nice process. Teachers wanted in person. It was easy to do it through Zoom. We did the initial orientation through Zoom for 3 of the programs, but they needed more, and we all wanted more, so we did coordinate and brought them in person. We started in August and ended in mid-May. We did provide a stipend of $2,844 for each participant. Through the lens of the County Office of Education and the lens that Cabrillo Unified School had used before, we focused on the phenomena-based. This means attention grabbing, the hook, or sometimes it's a short video images to ensure that the students are engaged. Hands-on investigation, assessments, making sure that the learning is occurring, connection to the literacy, opportunity for ELA to be embedded within the science, modeling for English learners, simulations, integrations, format, and then under others, we really focus on the support for At Promise, students, English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, foster youth, special education, and also environmental literacy. Very important for us to keep in mind in making sure that the students understand and respect their environment. This is the big list that we started with. We had all these programs to look at, and we had presenters come in. Out of the big list, we decided to pilot the Amplify Science and the FOSS pilot. We did a ranking. Based on the ranking, we had presenters come and present for the top 3 ranks. So we had Amplify Science, FOSS, and Pearson come and present through Zoom, not in person. So we just took off where the previous team had left off. They were looking at all these vendors to see which ones were going to be decided on. CASP data. Here I have some data as the why do we need to adopt science? And the why is so important because science can be so fun and complex. It could be scary for some individuals, for teachers sometimes if you don't have appropriate training. Causes avoidance. Sometimes science can be so fun for students that they forget their learning. I think it's creating exposure really is going to make a difference in our students' lives. Elementary students are naturally curious, so I think science is the perfect remedy to ensure that all our students are engaged. They have the exploration minds that wants to discover new things, and that's what science is all about. Here we have some data. This is all students. This is data from 2021-22. If we look here, we have 29.45% of the students that met or exceeded standards. On this next slide, we have English learners. When we look at our English learners, and that's why the lens that we used was also to ensure that our English learners were going to be actively engaged learning this new academic language. So only 2.63% met or exceeded standards in science out of our English learners. These are students socially, economically disadvantaged, 13.01, met or exceeded standards. These are white students, 50.98%, met or exceeded standards. This data really gives us an indication of the needs of our students, our community. Our committee decided to go with the FOSS science. The science, it has a full science system. It's developed by the Lawrence Hall of Science, published and distributed by Delta Education, and it's under the school specialty company. So the question is probably why FOSS? So the reason we decided to go with FOSS is because it has the component of English language arts connection, has articles that lead students to read, examine the reading literature, think critically, enhance their understanding. It has embedded investigations, teacher notes. Sometimes when teacher investigations, that supports the teachers when they feel that they don't have the tools to teach science. It guides them how to support English learners, students with special needs. So it's basically a tool that they can use. Making sense of phenomena lets students investigate scientific phenomena. They become the investigators. It's like playing detective, and they figure out things. They realize that they can be little scientists. So I think that was important for the team. Environmental literacy. The FOSS takes students outdoors to apply scientific principles that they learn in the classroom. Just a small, short walk outside, explore insects, explore plants. It guides the teachers to do those outdoor activities from time to time. Provides multiple types of assessments. It has a digital component, online, FOSS web-based. It's interactive, it has visuals. It has tutorials for the teacher, online PD. Professional learning, FOSS, it offers professional development in person. Can be transferred to the cultural classroom. It's standards aligned for NGSS. So I think that was very important for the team also to ensure that the NGSS standards were aligned. This is a visual. It's basically everything that I went over right now, but it's a visual representation of the formative assessments, the science-centered for language, integrated technology, the same components of what I just previously presented. But the most important thing is the real-world phenomena as they learn how to solve meaningful problems. Here I have a short video. I don't know if we can do short videos. It's about 5 minutes. Are we able to? Okay, they actually did this especially for Cabrillo Unified. We contacted them and they were able to do one for us. We'll only play 5 minutes though, because it is a little longer, but 5 minutes will give us an overview. The full option science system for grades K through 12. FOSS is developed by a team of science educators and scientists at the Lawrence Hall of Science on the campus of UC Berkeley, in collaboration with thousands of teachers across the country.
FOSS continues to evolve to meet the shifts and trends in science education. FOSS is a modular program that builds students' understanding through a standards-aligned vertical progression. Each module consists of 3 to 5 investigations and covers 9 to 11 weeks of instruction. FOSS makes students the active investigators, working and thinking like scientists. Students will use durable hands-on equipment, interesting organisms, interactive digital resources, and real-world systems. the trusted FOSS approach is proven to be successful with all students. We know research tells us students learn best by doing, so FOSS puts students at the center of learning through hands-on active investigations, integrated ELA and math skills and concepts, as well as engagement with a variety of high-quality tasks. FOSS utilizes the Universal Design for Learning principles, or UDL, in the development of strategies and resources to help teachers differentiate instruction and meet the social-emotional learning needs of all students, no matter their background, race, economic status, or learning style. The instructional design helps all students figure out phenomena in a motivating way. Let's take a brief look at multimodal strategies students will use to investigate a particular phenomenon. Here's how FOSS puts the instructional design into action. I'm going to feature California NGSS Standard for 4th grade, Physical Science 3-4. We will focus on Investigation 1 from the FOSS Energy module. Each investigation includes a logical sequence of activities that makes sense to learners. This chart is an overview of Investigation 1 and what students do and learn in each of the 4 parts. Students begin to investigate the core idea of energy through hands-on experiences and observations. Here, they discover how to make a complete circuit using a D-cell, wires, and a light bulb. Like scientists, they record and communicate observations in their science notebook. Students start to think about the cause and effect relationships between energy sources and the transfer of energy to circuit components. Then, they can cement their learning by repeating the experiment through an online simulation accessible in class or at home. Next, they find ways to operate more than one light bulb in a circuit by building series and parallel circuits. By analyzing and interpreting data, students make sense of the flow of electricity in circuits by experimenting with multiple components using logical reasoning. They construct explanations about the relationships between the flow of electricity and the brightness of light bulbs. Afterwards, students connect science concepts and vocabulary introduced and explored during active investigation by reading an article on series and parallel circuits. They also see models similar to the ones they...
Okay, I think we got the gist of the video, but lots of the information that I covered, it's kind of repeated, but I think it's important to see what they're actually doing. One of the things that the team liked is the collaborative work that they'll be doing as a group. Basically, the teacher will identify a recorder, a speaker, a presenter, and that's part of the real life situation where we have to learn to collaborate and work with one another. So now here comes the fun part, the cost and the breakdown. So these are all the components that come with the material. I know one of the components that teachers were concerned about was having to share those rotating kits, because all the material comes, but that was back then. Now every teacher would get a rotating kit. They would get the print teacher toolkits, investigation guides, all the resources. I've used FOSS before, and I remember having to share it, and that's where things get lost. And I think if we hold every individual teacher responsible for their own material, it's more likely to stay in the box and be ready for the next year. So the total cost breakdown is $221,734.19, and that's for 6 years. It also includes the online component in all the books. The refill kits are sent every 3 years. They say they're included, but right now when I show you the breakdown, it's actually, they're included, but the cost on the 3rd year is a little bit more. So here's the breakdown. So if you notice on the 2026-27, it's $20,370. So yeah, it is included, but we do pay a little bit extra. And they also had a quote for 8 years, but the 8 years, that means On the following year, you would also have to pay another 20,370. And the committee felt that a 6-year period was pretty adaptable, and if the program is good, they could continue to use it. But I think 6 years was what they were thinking of would be something that is suitable for all teachers to be able to engage and obtain enough valuable tools to be able to continue teaching science. Something additional that the teachers, the committee suggested was lately they've been using the mystery science, and it's something that's been working for them. It's something to use as a supplemental. Mystery science helps teachers because the lessons are already prepared. They're lessons that actually engage with the students' investigation. The cost for 5 years, because we've already paid for 1 year, is $19,425, which means it would also be 6 years. So this was an additional recommendation by the pilot committee to use as supplemental. And I think my pointer died. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you. So there would be training with the various components on how to navigate the pieces, and I think these recommendations would be if the board does decide to move forward with the recommendation. Important, as I mentioned earlier, PD, professional development days, how to make science an important part of daily instruction, and more important is how to take the fear away from us educators. I think there's always a fear of teaching those subject matters that we're not familiar with. And I think the more we start teaching the students in the earlier ages, the more they're ready in middle school and high school. Some of the teachers in middle school and high school were mentioning that instead of using the instruments as learning devices, they start playing with them because we don't prepare them enough in their earlier ages. So I think just treating the material as learning equipment, I think it's important, but if we don't start at the younger ages, it's difficult once they get older. We would schedule professional days for FOSS trainers to come in person. The committee felt that in person is key to success. They're not big fans of the online, so we'll take that into consideration and collaborate with our vendors to make sure that's available. We would continue training our newly hired elementary educators prior to the start of the year to make sure that there's some consistency. We do have some science teachers in our district that are very professional and very dedicated and are willing to collaborate with us to ensure that there's an internal training system to make sure that science stays at the center of attention for all our educators. And of course, ongoing collaboration and planning time with our district science teachers and our site leaders as well to make sure that there is ongoing professional development. One of the things mentioned earlier too that I think needs a lot of stress is making sure that teachers and educators understand that this is the vehicle, but understanding the standards is going to be the critical component. And I know our County Office of Education has great individuals who are willing to come in and train us to revisit the standards and make sure that we align ourselves. And there's time for science. We just have to be creative on how we implement the ELA, the writing components, and the reading within the science. And any questions?
Do they get to dissect owl pellets?
Good question. I don't think so, but if I can find more information about that.
Actually, I will say that when we used FOSS kits back in Alameda, there was an owl pellet investigation, but I do know that you heard them talk about organisms. It is very, the FOSS kits are very hands-on.
Yes.
I do appreciate it. I know I sound silly about the owl pellets, but it is,
Kids like growth.
well, but it's fascinating because, you know, I remember my kids doing owl pellets in preschool. Now, granted, when you go to the NASA Ames preschool and you have, you know, other scientists as parents, there's a rich underpinning there. And so I was a little bit naive to think that, oh, yeah, everybody gets to do this. But I, you know, it is the exposure and the experiences that it's not just hearing the story about it, but it is the hands-on and demonstration and, you know, appreciation of what I've seen for many years at El Granada Elementary on their science and arts days. And I just thank you to the district for taking the time to investigate a curriculum and test it out and bring it forward. So I do hope that as it moves forward, obviously there were a number of teachers involved in the selection, but that they find it rewarding working with the kids.
They did mention that they bring yearly life specimens. I'm not sure that that's part of the owl pellet, but life specimens, I was thinking maybe like caterpillars or things like that, but they do bring it on a year-to-year basis, and it's part of the cost.
Caterpillars, brine shrimp, I believe, too. We would know that as sea monkeys.
Plants as well. I just want to say thank you, Israel. This is really great. And Leticia and all the folks that were on the pilot teams. I think two aspects. One, the hands-on learning that Kim referred to is really critical for kids in general, regardless of the age, but especially in science, because that's part of the fun stuff. Like, it is cool to have gross stuff, like slime and, you know, owl pellets. They're like, what is this? And it's like, oh, there's bones in it. Like, it's pretty cool to have those aspects of it. But also the integrated learning that you talked about in terms of like integrating language arts or integrating, yeah, I don't know if that's music in it, but you could easily integrate music into, I mean, theoretically, any subject in elementary school could be integrated into like a project-based experience. So to see at least some of those tools being integrated here without making them barriers to the learning of the science, and that's where the hands-on piece comes in. Also with the group work, I think is also really great in terms of the social emotional development. The catch to watch out for, people probably know, is group work can be a little harder for introverts, and I think a lot of school is designed for extroverts, so I think that's something maybe to make sure is addressed in the professional development, how to support kids through this program when they don't easily work with others and they have other ways of learning. I would just throw that out there as well. But I couldn't support it enough. I know 10 years is a really long time not to have a new science curriculum. Probably more, because I don't think, yeah, I think it's probably.
My kid just graduated.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I don't think it's after 10, yeah, it's like more than 10 years, maybe 15, right, or whatever. Like, it's really super important that we have this at the early stage, because it is, a lot of these learnings, like language, like math, like it is scaffolded, not so much the knowledge, but the inquisitiveness, the curiosity, the confidence too, right? Because some of it's like by 6th grade, if you feel like you have to kind of feel like you're a scientist in order to believe you're a scientist by 6th grade. Like, you're starting to form your idea of who you are. Maybe not a scientist in a lab, but like we all should have some aspects of being a scientist, regardless of what even if you end up in, construction, like that requires science. That's like a lot of physics involved in construction, or fire science, right? Like, even any CTE pathway, they're dependent on kids understanding and identifying as scientists from an early stage as well. So I think the integrated learning aspect was critical, and part of the rationale for the MTSS model in terms of having those supports like integrated in the foundational aspects of what we do. And a good curriculum is essential. Like, I can say, when I was in college and grad school, one of the ways I got through all that financially was teaching part-time. And I used to teach for one of the big test prep companies at the time. And somehow I was able to teach for the MCAT prep. And I never took the MCAT, but like the training that we had and the materials that we had were so good that I was able to teach Of course, SAT and GRE, like I had experience with those, but even for medical school admissions, because we had a good curriculum, right? So I think that, is essential for what you addressed, Israel, in terms of just that emotional need for more support and feeling confident in oneself to be able to communicate, teach something to somebody. It really helps to have good tools. So I'm really grateful for that.
Thank you.
I did have one question, which was.
Before we move to comment, this is an action
Oh,
item.
it's an action. Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
So we need motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Question for the 6-year timeframe, is that for the refreshing the materials, or is the content changing and being updated as well?
It's refreshing the material and the student handbooks, and the kit is only, the bigger kits is only every 3 years, but the live material that comes, they bring it yearly.
Okay, no, that's good. In which case, 6 years is also a good time frame because there might be like more bigger content updates. Science changes fast, right? So like pretty fast. So it seems like 6 years is like a good, you don't have to do this again 3 years, but like, you'll have an opportunity again to update it, hopefully at 6 years and not 15.
My
or 20.
question around that, 6 years though, was because you said you were gonna do 8 years, if we did 8 years, would that lock in the cost? Whereas if we do it again in 6 years, then the cost will have gone up by then, and then we have to pay a higher price then? Would it behoove us financially to lock in the 8 years instead of 6?
We did get a quote for the 8 years, but we didn't ask if the price would be different. I'm assuming it would, like anything else. I mean, you buy a car now and you buy it 2 years later, it's probably going to be more expensive. But I can follow up with that question, most definitely.
I guess I'm just concerned because we're trying to get caught up on all these curriculums, and it hasn't been, and if it's a substantially bigger cost, maybe it is worth locking it in for 8 years. Go ahead.
Well, maybe I can respond to that. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the concern with the pilot committee had is that they didn't want to be locked up for such a long time. They felt that if something better came out, they wanted to have the freedom to select that curriculum that was better if it came out. But go ahead, Dr. Bhatia, I'm sorry.
You read my mind, Israel. So.
Oh.
I guess I'll give it to them, then they're reaching for the stars. I'm just thinking I'll be happy to have a curriculum for 8 years, but I guess that's good. They're going for it. Do you have more? Can I ask a couple questions? So will the science specialist then, the 4th and 5th grade science specialist, is that now integrated into the curriculum? Will that person not be there anymore?
No, that'll still continue. Some of the PD will come from the county in regards to starting with the standards, and the remainder of the PD will be from the curriculum adoption. They'll provide PD.
So K through 3, the teacher, the child's teacher will be teaching them the science curriculum, but for 4 or 5, they still go out to another room to the science specialist?
Brian Feltz, as science specialist, only does it 5th grade. And certainly, I think the hope of adopting a curriculum would be that this would be from the beginning to the end, with all the teachers
And I
using
have to
science.
I have to say that even with Mr. Feltz teaching 5th grade, we still need more science instruction by the core teacher. It's like even PE, right? PE, we might have specialists in 4th and 5th, but to meet the instructional minutes, there still needs to be instruction by the multiple subject elementary teacher.
And that's kind of my next question, is how many lessons per week, or is it different for every grade, or is that set out, or is it kind of up to each teacher?
That hasn't been set out yet, but my wish is I hope they teach science every day, but for that you have to be creative. As a principal, what I did to make it happen is I had one teacher teach science and history, the other one would do math and ELA, and that's how students are able to get the dosage of science and history on a daily basis, but that'll take some creativity from the principals to work with their teachers. Because sometimes we think, oh, that's only done in middle school, but no, I've done it in elementary, and it's possible. They just have to be flexible and willing to share the students.
And will it be the same thing being taught, the the same amount for each grade? Like, will those teachers all collaborate? And, I mean, I assume after the first year, they'll kind of have it, calendared out what they do when and which lessons they like. Will it be the same, or is it kind of willy-nilly?
It goes by units, so it would be the same units, but it changes from grade to grade. But I think one of the concerns that the teachers had was that the preparation and setting up might take a long time. So I think to be considerate of their time too, we might want to start with baby steps, maybe having them teach science twice a week and then increasing little by little. But it is going to be a demand for them to preparation, setting up, cleaning up. So we have to also think about the time that it's going to be spent on preparing.
Well, that leads me to my next question, was the supplemental, the $19,000 for the supplemental. I feel like maybe, I worry that there's so much stuff there, like, will they really have time to get to the supplemental? I feel like they won't be using all the FOSS lessons.
And that's what the thought was, that those days that they didn't have time to prepare, they could basically use the additional science support because it's already created and it's easier to implement. So instead of just having 2 or 3 days, that would give them additional opportunity to teach science because the lessons are really nice and guided already.
I do appreciate that this is curriculum for science. Having a history with teaching in another state where we did project-based learning and integrated projects, where we could blend the subject matter. I mean, I know there's a writing component, and these pieces are part of it. But at some point, I would really love to hear from teachers on how manageable they feel all of the components are. And, where can we provide value added in meeting the intent, meeting the instructional minutes. I'm just kind of naming it into the space. I know you guys work really, really hard coming up with all of the curriculum and doing the investigation and bringing it to the teachers. But I also know that our teachers are a wealth of information and experience in the teaching all of the subjects. So that's just something to think about if there's interest in project-based learning, because then it pulls in the owl pellets and building bridges and and the history of why you would build a bridge and what the commerce is going across the river. That there's other components that you can pull together, and maybe no one curriculum does that, but and it may not be any like one single, I don't know. It's just, maybe it's a project challenge and it's something that happens in the summer, but I'm still holding out for a 4th and 5th grade music teacher too, but.
Actually, the FOSS kits are known, and I happen to know this because I used to work with Lawrence Hall of Science folks in Bayside over the drink. They are known for actively involving students in investigations, which are basically, in many ways, project-based. So I think that's good, but, maybe we can get a report on this next year about implementation. This year has been an implementation of other new curricula, and I know that we've had a lot of new curricular adoptions. Dr. Bhatia, math, English, social studies in various grade levels, et cetera, et cetera. Social studies still needs remaining at the K-5 level. And that is sort of like the jar of old peanut butter that is still on your shelf. I know Dr. Bhatia. Yeah, considering the financial constraints upon us and the fact that some of this funding, categorical funding, did allow us to make these adoptions, and now that seems to be going away to pay for the state's desire to call it a COLA. I'm just very pleased that this is happening. I will say, and I think my colleague Jesus Contreras, Dr. Contreras, would agree with this, is, the FOSS kits, I think actually came in as less money than the Amplify Science curricula. And I think Jesus and I, from our experience, we were concerned that it would come in as more. And so I appreciate that because I think it is more cost-effective, and there will be a requirement of the school sites to replenish their all this gear, but these kits. But I hear that that's changed too. So I'm just excited about this starting.
I want, good, what is that?
Can I go? Thank you. That was one of my questions, the cost effectiveness, if that was also something to be considered for choosing this. But Dr. McFetrich answered that question. As I'm listening, and I don't even know, like, I'm just speaking out of randomness, but as I'm listening to this, one of the things that popped into my mind was something where maybe in the beginning, since it's going to be something new that they have to implement, maybe something like the Art in Action, where they have parents and kind of have parents come in and help them, kind of like the Art in Action curriculum. But this is just me speaking just out of randomness. The other thing was, you mentioned that this was from a list of other districts. So are there other neighboring districts that are using this? And if so, is there a plan to maybe, I don't know, shadow or just maybe go see how, sometimes when districts have already implemented something, this is from the little that I know, but I'm thinking maybe some tips on, how to, use it effectively, or for like new user kind of like guidance. I mean, I'm just random.
Yes, we did obtain a list from the County Office of Education. We do have that on hand. And I think sending a team would probably be effective to see, communicate and collaborate with them and see what went well and what areas we can expect to see some glitches.
What districts do you know offhand?
I don't know offhand, but I can
Okay.
provide you with the
No,
list.
I was just
Yeah.
curious. No,
And the team did consider the cost too. It was a big difference in cost, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all of this. I was gonna start crying again when I saw the CASP scores. I was gonna do that, but I'm not, because I have great hope in everything that you guys are doing to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I do think that on a couple levels, the couple questions that came up, I do think it is imperative for us to define what the expectations are and to support that work at every site so that we know that science is being taught twice a week, 3 times a week, ultimately someday every day. We often talk about this at the K-5 level, at the elementary level. Elementary teachers are multiple subject teachers. They are qualified to teach English language arts, English language development, mathematics, science, social studies, et cetera, physical education. I think it is understandable, and I think Dr. Bhatia and I have talked about this, that we would like to get to a place where we know that every kid is going to have science instruction every week, certain number of times, certain times of day. We certainly spoke with principals yesterday about this, about how there should be designated and integrated ELD, regular times. You should be able to expect it, and you should be able to inspect it. We should be able to hold ourselves accountable because we know the equity audit data, or just the CASP data that we've shown you, shows that we have a long, long way to go to serve our English language learners appropriately. The other thing I would say is that I do think through investigations, science, hands-on. Yesterday, Mr. Castillo was speaking to principals about total physical response, the way that we use our bodies. And having been an ESL teacher, of course, this is like something that I'm like, yeah, that's what we do. I do think students learn so much more from interacting, from hearing each other speak in collaborative groups, and from investigating with real hands-on operations. So I'm really excited about this, particularly for our English language learners.
I had a question and a comment. One, just to follow up on Mary Beth's question, because I wasn't quite clear, with the fifth graders, like this FOSS kit would apply to what the primary fifth grade teacher is providing them, and then they would have additional science time with the science specialist. So, I mean, it'd be exciting if they get like double dose.
Well, I'll just give my perspective of this. Brian Feltz. Brian Feltz is a fantastic practitioner, and people really appreciate him being a fifth grade science specialist. But there's not enough of him to be able to give science every day or 2 times or 3 times a week. So this is an expectation that all elementary school teachers will have a curriculum, will be using that curriculum, the same as English or mathematics. And then Mr. Feltz, science specialist at the fifth grade level, which we're so lucky that Cabrillo Education Foundation helps subsidize that as a supplement. That is a supplement, right? The mystery science is a supplement. Mr. Felt's instruction should be a supplement. Science, just like math or reading, English language arts, English language development, social studies, this should be something that teachers, of course, are teaching every day so that kids are ready when they get to middle school and high school to perform in those single subject classes.
And so that was my second thought, was just kind of seeing from the student's perspective. I think especially middle school and high school, where things get parsed out so much by subject area to different classrooms with different teachers. I love the idea of like a regular schedule. I would just maybe suggest considering what that regular schedule looks like. Does it need to be a daily schedule of everything, which can feel a little bit like a hamster wheel to kids, to be shifted from studying about the Ohlone to next second you're studying about physics or whatever, to next second you're studying about like arithmetic. Like it can be kind of jarring for kids to just jump from one to the other. I think, if we can do it in an age-appropriate way, obviously the high school has a block schedule with that concern in mind, that allowing kids time to get deeper into a subject and spend longer on it, even if they don't have it necessarily every single day. Maybe it's like a science snack once, one day, and then which the Exploratorium, by the way, has amazing science snacks and they're free online. They call them snacks because they're like just short, like 15-minute things or whatever. But allowing time for deep exploration, especially something like science, and when you're doing it hands-on and there are those kits, it takes time to set up, it takes time for the kids to mentally acclimate to what you're doing. Art is very similar in that regard too. But especially with science, where you're really doing some deep thinking, I would encourage the sites and staff to work with them to have like a regular schedule that allows for the deeper dive and immersion without necessarily jumping from one subject to the other in their daily class. I think that's, from the student's perspective, important. And I would also second what Lizette said, having been an Art in Action volunteer, I always saw how it was helpful, and I did that for years in many different classrooms. Like it's always helpful to, well, you could probably speak this too, right? To have somebody help you with the logistics of the stuff and count everything after there's a back in the box. Is it all there? Can you wash the paintbrushes? Can you wash the Petri dishes? Like whatever it is in the subject, when you have hands-on stuff, I think, and it's sometimes challenging to get parent volunteers, but really not. Generally speaking, there's always people that can be available to help if they're approached in a way that they feel that they will be valued as well. So I think it's a good idea to consider as well, is kind of setting up the expectation that, hey, back to school night, ask for your Art in Action parents and ask for your science parents as well, and people will make time. So.
Thank you. Great recommendations. We need a parent science specialist to support us. I think a lot of the room moms that volunteer are willing to support in any subject area. So I think that would be interesting, especially if they know we're engaging their children in science. I think they would be excited.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you to the whole committee. So everyone worked hard, and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Great. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It is an action item.
Oh, yes. Oh, see, I didn't get the hint from Rosie. I mean, I saw you give me a hint, but My brain was already thinking we should probably take a break.
All right, this is a regular vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
Thank you, Israel.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So with that, I'm going to propose we take 5 minutes. Is that what we usually do? 5-minute break, so we'll intermission, and we'll reconvene at 8:25. We're going to reconvene now. Okay, next time we're making a break 8 minutes because it's about what it takes us all to get back, which is good because, yeah, we never make it 5 minutes. Now remind me next time, 8. Okay, so we're back on the agenda, item 5D, the CUSD technology update.
One of the things we take most for granted in the 21st century is technology. And we are grateful for people like Stig and his team that keeps us all updated and keeps us all ongoing, even though we take all of that for granted. He and his team were the ones who walked us through the pandemic, doing some things that we had no idea how we were going to be doing it. And it is great that he's here to bring us up to speed at all those things that are going on in his, with his team and across the district. And they do everything from dreaming how to get a new system, SIS, or Student Information System in place, to every day, every classroom. Are things working? Are they broadcasting in the middle of the pandemic? So, Stig, please take us through.
Good evening, President Lane, board members, Superintendent McCratridge, and staff. My name is Stig Lynne, and I am the Technology Director for Cabrillo Unified School District. There. So this is the technology team in our district, Tatiana. She do most of our state reporting to state for that. Yanis is our system administrator, but he has also been working with our new SIS system and LMS system to implement that. And of course, Tatiana helping out a lot there too. Then we have Nicholas, Jorge, Eric, who has been our field soldiers, helping teachers in the classroom, mounting up new stuff when they need it. And me, of course, who is there too. So we have a great team. Fortunately, Jorge have got another job over the hill and gone on with that, and I wish him good luck. He's going to be missed, a very good technician and very liked by the teachers. So technology work performed this year, and a lot more on this year, I can tell you. We started last year summer to upgrade the bell and clock system at Hoffman Bay, and then followed by Cunha. They successfully implemented a new electronic document system, so all our forms going to be electronic in the future. This year, as we do most of the year, apply for E-rate funding for network equipment. We get covering costs there for 70% when we use its federal funding. We are currently in the process of implementing a new student information system, SIS, and a learning management system, LMS. We have resolved close to 2,500 help tickets from teacher and staff. And then upcoming technology project here is going to be I'm working with construction, bond projects for Fairlawnview to make sure that we have classroom with technology when we start here in August. Moving internet, and there's a lot going on there. We going to upgrade all network equipment. They expire in August. We're going live with our new SIS and LMS system. We continue working on improving network security. It's always, that's a fight to fight every day to make sure that we are safe for our staff and our students. I'm also working to creating a disaster recovery plan to have a plan that help the organization maintain continuously during and after a disaster. We have this, we talk about E-rate that we apply for each year. This year's, next school year's funding is $276,282. 127,000 of them goes to cover for our internet connections. And the 148,000 is for upgrading and improving our network. Totally, since we started this in 2001, we have received $1.876 million. This year we get 276, like I said, and that is 14% of what we have received since 2001. So that's pretty good, actually. So we are also fighting every day with security risk, mostly for awareness. Unauthorized access to our network, malware, viruses, phishing, and impersonation gets bigger and bigger. Data breaches, mostly that we for our what do you call them? Those who we have services from that we need to be aware about. We also have inside threats there. We have someone could plug in a computer and infect us from the inside. And DUS attack if someone trying to take down our network and attack us with a lot of attacks. So what are we doing to minimize this risk? We are running a cloud-based antivirus and malware software on all our systems. We have a redundant firewall to stop intrusion by blocking certain parts of the world that we don't want to get into our school. We segmentation our network to secure that if they come in one place, they are not so easy to go over to the next network. We do regular audits. We did an audit 2 years ago, so we're going to do a new audit again here now. And we do, of course, monitoring our network, what's going on. Last year, we implemented a patch management system on our server, and so that they update the servers and the computers regularly basis, so we have the newest patches, because that is vulnerability that they discover in the system, and they're coming up with patches, but they need to be pushed out there. Employee awareness, that is really important now. I have sent out email after email to all our staff here this year, a lot of phishing email, trying to get the people to give them their login information and email pretending to be like this is help desk. We want to send us our password and username. Multi-factor authorization. We have that for our monitoring our network, especially for us technicians who have a deeper access to our system. So when I log in the system, I get the text message on my phone. I need to verify that to the system. We do a backup of 3 different locations. I will not mention where they are. We have one of these 3 is also outside that it can't be attacked if someone would intrude our network. There we're coming with our student data system. So since January this year, after board approved our new SIS system, we have been working to cleaning up all our data. We have working educate ourselves, our Janis and Tatiana. We are in the phase now that we're going to turn off the old SIS system, June the 11th. And so no new data will be entered there. Everything after that's going to happen in the new system. We are working to ensure that everything is ready for the school when that starts. We're working with James Barnes to educate teacher, getting training materials. We are having 5 people going on Power School University for 4 days this summer to learn more about all the systems. We're coming into the Chromebook part. So just before the pandemic, we implemented the one-to-one Chromebook at Cunha. Fortunately, that have shown to be a lot of damaged Chromebooks and the resulting, I put plus 100 there, but that was before the end of the school year, and now we see it, there are actually more. And that is resulting in a cost for the district, for the 30 to 40, I would say. And many teachers have come up, and the administration at Cunha, and they we wanted actually to pull back having a Chromebook in each classroom. The IT department also think it's a good idea to do that. There is the risk is when a lot of students have broken Chromebooks, forget them at home, they cannot follow with the teacher in the classroom. So it's also to improve their access to the internet when they're at school. High school. We have run the one-to-one program at the high school, I think, for 8 years now. There was taken a decision at the time that we were going to take the student who graduated from high school to take the Chromebook with them when they continue their life. However, that was a time when the Chromebook lasted 4 years. Now the Chromebook lasts 6 to 8 years, and that is a cruel cost for the district, 55,000, 60,000 a year when we do this. We recommend that we will stop that because we can actually have 2 graduations on the same Chromebook going forward. I'm going to lower the cost for the district. Questions?
Just start this by saying thank you. I do have questions, but Kim, you want to go first?
I was just going to ask about if, given the extended life of the Chromebooks, are you thinking about like big chunk purchases or like over time? How do I say this? So like for the entry class of, I don't know, how you
Yeah, so how we do it now
bring them
is
on and retire, so you don't have to have like
new
big
Chromebook.
funding chunks every few years, but have it kind of like smooth it out over time.
It's bond money though, right? It's bond.
Not necessarily. These are instructional materials. Okay, so an important question. Stig is working with his team to get us scheduled and treat them as instructional materials. Because this, the way that he is going to be providing Cunha with a textbook, a Chromebook for every, and the card, which is going to be putting an MO of instruction at the Cunha that's going to be different than at the high school. At the high school, he's going to continue the one-on-one, and he's going to be cycling and making it go through. Going back to the, there is some provision in the one of the bonds on Measure S that we could buy technology. Yes, that is what we have been using to get the fleet that he has out there. And that is eventually where we are going to be having to bring ourselves into the notion of this is an instructional material that we need to get into our regular thing. But we are blessed with that notion that we can go to our bond because it was designed for that. But as he already has implemented a one-to-one, now it's the maintenance part of it that, remember that we also have those bond dollars already committed to other projects. So that's where we are working together to see how we are going to be continuing a 21st century Chromebook instructional material going forward.
That makes sense. It's like a more sustainable path to have it in your ongoing budget, your general fund, rather than the one-time limited bond. That makes a lot of sense. But it's kind of like an emergency source that we use for a little bit, but then really more sustainably is to build it into our budget from our general fund. That's really helpful. That was a good question. I just want to say, first of all, big thanks. And again, like I said with Drew, like how encouraging and inspiring it is to know that we have experts in their fields, like working in these leadership positions, not only like technical experts, and this is like obviously one of the most technical fields, but also I've seen you in action as well in terms of your collaborative style, your focus on student learning and support and working with teachers, working with staff to make happen what needs to make happen. This is not easy stuff. And even although it's like, it's like this nice tidy category of technology. Like it's so diverse, everything from cybersecurity to like networking, bells in the school, like this is all phones, like it's all super, like the E-rate stuff, like this is like the generalist specialist, category of leadership that I think is so essential. And I'm really grateful that we have you here, Stig, and your amazing team also that you're leading and that is working in a very similar fashion, no doubt. We saw, one of them here with the Power School initiative, which I'm super excited about because like, oh my God, it's gonna be great. Like, right, to have, again, somebody is thinking from the systems perspective, how these pieces of technology work together in the best interest of students. And that's why we're here, right? Like the adults were kind of like, we're a means to the end in many ways. So how do we use our precious resources for students most effectively? Like, I think tools like that are going to be really awesome. So, and again, like you said, these are services that are often taken for granted. It's like lights, right? Like we assume the lights are always going to be on until they're not. And then we get really upset and angry. We assume the Wi-Fi is going to work until it's not. And then we get upset, really angry. And sometimes it's out of our control because it's a cable internet issue, like because a tree fell in La Honda, whatever, right? Like sometimes that just happens. People get upset anyway. But I think to have that kind of like longer term sustainable thinking that's also cost conscious too, that's where we get back to what Sean keeps talking about in terms of sustainability, which is obviously environmental, but also people sustainability, cost sustainability, service sustainability, right? When we're constantly running in emergency mode, thinking we just need to patch it up and we just need to buy this thing, and then like we're worried about tomorrow. Like that's how you never get out of that rut. It's when you think about the next 5 years, and like you just said, the example about like how we're even approaching our hardware, that's how you make things sustainable. And I'm really so grateful to see that you guys are really leading this like in a top-notch way from that perspective as well. And I'd have to say, like around the Chromebooks too, I think it's actually really great to have less dependency on Chromebooks, especially for the middle schoolers. Like they don't need to take them home. Let them be kids. Like they shouldn't have that much homework that they need. To be checking Google Classroom at home. They're 10, they're 11. Like let them go home and be kids, and maybe like have them read, maybe have them read, like maybe, right? That's it. Like I don't think kids
Maybe
should
have them play music.
play with their friends, hang out with their family and their younger
Yeah, but if
siblings.
they need one, they should be able to get one.
But it doesn't have to be through our school, right? Like, I don't know that if they need one for school. I guess what I'm saying is they shouldn't need one for school. And we can't solve the problem of their needing one for at home. And I don't think we can, and that's maybe my philosophical thing around less reliance on technology for kids at home.
I think a part of the impulse, just so I can get back to this, is I received an email. Stig and I talked about it. He got my response with him CC'd and Dr. Contreras CC'd from a teacher, an adored, well-regarded teacher here, and their colleague, a department chair here, who were saying, please, this is an impediment to us being able to instruct here because we have so much breakage, we have so much disruption. Let's go back to having classroom cards. There is a cost aspect of it, but there is also an aspect too where the teachers, and the administrators here, wanted this and thought it would be better for instruction. On a philosophical bent, look, there's a lot of highly paid tech workers who choose to send their kids to Waldorf school because they won't let them near a computer. I will say that I think the pandemic did make technology ubiquitous. We had to have it. And then when we returned, when we were subbing in classrooms with a deficit of subs some years ago, the times that I went into classrooms, it was always the sub plan relied on a computer. I think it's fine for us to say that we're going to have a time and a place for computers.
We also are going to be looking into comply with the Williams requirements. And that means that we establish what is the policy at each one of the schools so that those Chromebooks are in alignment with whatever the policy is going to be. If there are going to be cards here at Cunha, then all of our colleagues, instructors and teachers are going to be adhering to issues of access so that homeworks and expectations are aligned with that. So that's to be in compliance with Williams. Now, at the high school, which is going to be a different concept, then we also look at what policies we're going to be implementing that are in alignment with our with that. When the pandemic hit and we had cards with in the elementaries, those were the ones that we sent home immediately. They were just pushing those out. So I think that's post-pandemic things that need to align, that he's working on that, doing the Williams compliance, and also making sure that we ensure access across the district with the different ways that technology is going to be operated.
There is also another thing with when we put so much time on repairs for Chromebooks now, so that is also to going forward. There's also a cost saving eventually that we don't need to have a technician, for example, to just do Chromebooks.
So those cost savings include those cost savings, or
the first year wouldn't be a cost saving because when you have a cart in each classroom.
Yeah.
You have more Chromebooks and you have children.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a little cost, but over the years, when we don't need to repair for 30, 40 grams a year, it's going to actually, in 3 years, we're going to have a saving instead.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something in response to what you said. I mean, I don't know if I agree with you about not being able to have access at home, but I actually don't think it's a topic for us to argue about. I think it's what our teachers want to do. So if our teachers do want to use online platforms for our kids, and I would think most of our kids would have access somehow, but if not, is there a way that those few kids that would need it can get them?
He's always having extras that can be checked out of the libraries, and typically he has more than the exact number of Chromebooks in each one of the cards.
Yeah, when we discussed this, one of the things I actually took up with, about those children doesn't have access to it at home. So one thing we talked about was maybe to put the card in the library so they can check out a Chromebook under more controlled form than we have now. So if there is a need, but I think it's not that big. And I think Boys and Girls Club, for example, we could have put a card in their thing there that could have after school things too.
Well, definitely the library has access to, Halfmoon Bay Library has like technology, like, and they're well funded. So the more we could rely on partners, I think the better. I do like the idea of having, and I think it is important to have Chromebooks accessible for students, like in that controlled fashion, because like, it will come up if students are absent from class for medical reasons or whatever. Maybe they could check out a Chromebook to like
Correct.
catch up on their work, like
Yeah.
that ad hoc need. But it would seem that like if we can have the policies as Jesus described to like minimize the need in general for having computers at home for schoolwork, but to have the flex, it's almost like again MTSS, right? Like you make it so you don't need computers at home in general, and that has multiple benefits. And then if you need them, you have like tier 2, like they
Yeah.
could check it out, right? Like
Yeah.
it makes sense to have that more flexible, targeted resource allocation rather than I can say, kids aren't always careful with their stuff, and like and we know they don't charge them ever, right? Like we know that, and what are we gonna do? Put 35 like outlets in the room? Like that's crazy.
Yeah, no,
you don't want that
it's
either.
been crazy in the classroom because
Everyone's
there's
fighting for
always
3
been
chargers.
like boxes of chargers.
Yeah, and do they have the earbuds that work? Because it's also those peripherals too, right? The earbuds, because you have to listen to stuff. Like, that was kind of my thinking more around like simplifying life for our kids. Like, there are lots of other ways that they can learn, in their lives. So let's use the technology effectively and efficiently. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. The E-rate program, I don't know about that. Who funds that? What is that about?
It's funded through the federal government, who to helping schools. They started this, I think it was 2001. So each year you go in, and in January you send out what kind of equipment you need. need to be related to network or to internet in itself. This year, I got some extra funding to shore up our backup for our switches in the offices, so we can keep up phones when we have weather like we had this year. But the problem is when Comcast goes out, it doesn't matter, because then it's going down. So
It's basically a subsidy of technology for education.
So you did good by getting good money this year, so good job. And I just wanted to make a comment that I'm really glad to hear about the security stuff that you're looking at that, because I keep reading horror stories about other school districts and worrying about it, so I'm
no one
really
is
glad you're looking
secure.
at it.
It could happen to us tomorrow. I mean, there is nothing you can guarantee, because this is people that they're living for this. What we can do to minimize it, we can make sure that we have secure backups. If something happens, we have a complete backup who's secure. We can pull back and have the system up within a couple of hours instead of taking weeks.
Good job to all of your team, so thank you for all your work.
One of the things that we're always saying, redundancy, 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 redundancy. We're constantly on how are our systems of redundancy so that we can better protect ourselves.
And I just want to kind of tie it back to the budget stuff too, because I'm always looking at those SACS reports and all their hundreds and hundreds of pages, and assuming that a lot of these expenditures for services come to that category, everyone's favorite category, services and other expenditures, right? When we see things like professional consulting and operating expenditures, communications, like a lot of I assume the technology services, telecom type services fall under those categories. So when those fluctuate because of need or just because of their pricing changes, then again, like you always say, Jesus, like our budget is our budget, but it's like a snapshot in time. And then if Comcast raises their rates, or we decide mid-year we want to add AT&T because Comcast we want redundancy or whatever the case is, then we bump up, right? And that stuff's super expensive. Like I know what I pay at home. Like I could only imagine what it costs to like the lighting for this room for the past like 2 hours. Is not an insurmountable amount of money. I mean, fortunately here we have, insignificant. Fortunately we have solar. Thank you for the electric. Slowly we're getting to the point where we're generating our own electricity, but like these little things again that we take for granted, if we think about our homes and managing our households, at the level of acreage that we have as school districts, it's like astounding.
Well, you can see it in our warrant report. And it's big.
Yeah, yeah.
It's big.
This is a good example to use when the questions that you have received about books and supplies, a lot of supplies are going to the same 4,000 objects. A lot of those services in technology are those kinds of services. Now, he does use a goal, and that's the important thing about the SACS. His expenditures are going to be in what it is categorized as the books and supplies and services, those two areas from the object perspective. How do we differentiate it then? And we go to the goal, that it is technology. So I'm getting too technical here in the SACS, but for our general public, I'm just saying that there is such a notion of books and supplies and services, which is one of the 4 digits in our SACS. That's the objects. But the other part of the accounting is the one that tells the story. Mm-hmm. To have a complete story, you need a complete string, and that's important. That we can continue to remind ourselves that that's the case.
Yeah, and I think that's really good. And for folks that don't know, SACS, it's not SAX, it's SACS, and I forget what it stands for.
Standardized Accounting.
Of course you know.
System.
Something, yeah. Coding system, yeah. It's basically super detailed, like coding the cost for everything. And that's why these reports are super duper long. And I'm glad that Mary Beth also mentioned that the warrant reports include the whatever it's called, the project code or the whatever.
Object code.
Yeah, to include the object code. So if one was really interested to know what goes into services and other expenditures, you could literally tally up all of those items, month to month to month, because it does vary. But if one is interested, I think rather than kind of assuming waste, it's like, no, it's not waste, it's just complicated because school districts do so many different diverse types of things. It's buying a new trash can to PG&E bills to bells at Cunha to cybersecurity consulting, or I don't know if that you use consultants for that, but I mean like consultants for whatever. Software fees, right? We pay software fees, that's somewhere in these services thing too, I would think, or supplies, I don't know, somewhere in there. But there's a lot of different things that you guys all do, and it's all in there. It's complicated because it's complicated. Like, it just is complicated when you're doing this diversity of stuff. So anyway.
It's English and numbers.
Yeah, it is. It's the language of math. All right, any other questions for Stig? Otherwise, we'll let him go because this is just for information. All right, well, thank you, Stig. We appreciate all you do, and thanks for sharing it with us. All right, so next up is Leticia doing something good. Okay. Leticia. I'll announce it. Item 5E, 20 to 21 to 24, Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, and LCAP Budget Overview for Parents.
Good evening again, President Lane, Governing Board, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues, and I don't think there's community here in person, but community on YouTube listening. I'm here today to present the last year of our Local Control Accountability Plan that began in 2021-2022. So I did want to point out that next year we will be here presenting you a new LCAP, a 3-year LCAP and most of the goals, not most of the goals, but you'll see a lot more changes. The recommendation for the LCAP, the 3-year LCAP, is to try our best to maintain the same goals. So this will mark the last year of our LCAP. Okay, so today again, I'm going to go over some of the LCAP goals, highlights of some actions and services, give you a financial overview, and then also allow for any questions that you may have. I do have to say that even though it's just me presenting tonight, it took a village to write this entire LCAP. I want to give thanks to Josefina, Jesus, Holly Lynn, Jennifer Marsh, Israel Martha, and every single department in the district that took a little piece of the LCAP, particularly the metrics and the data that will be presented here as an overview. But of course, in the agenda, we do have our over 100-page LCAP that should anybody be interested in reviewing it in detail, you can review it there as well. So as Israel mentioned earlier, all of the work that we do, particularly in curriculum instruction, is anchored in Dr. McFetridge and you governing board's 3 goals. We try to ensure that the actions and services are first and foremost linked to a focus on equity. Also ensuring that we do use metrics that can show academic improvement, as well as sustainability, not only in the sciences and environmental sustainability, but also our fiscal sustainability. Now here you're going to see the through line. This image here does show you the major parts of the LCAP. So the LCAP is broken out into the plan summary. Section is dedicated to the educational partners that we engaged both via Zoom and through surveys. We have the other section where you're going to see goals and actions, but not only goals and actions of reporting this year, but our goals and actions of the upcoming year, 23-24. The fourth section talks about increased and improved services. And lastly, the action tables. I did want to point out that throughout the LCAP, you will see a total of 33 LCAP metrics that are aligned throughout the entire LCAP. And some of the metrics are designed to measure different actions and services throughout the LCAP goals. I like to show this visual because it does a really good job of combining and demonstrating the state LCAP priorities under the three different pillars. The first, the conditions of learning, the basic services, implementation of state standards, and course access. In the middle, you're going to see the pupil outcomes. This is basically the broad course of study, A through G, and high school readiness, pupil achievement, and at the bottom, you see the engagement piece. So the state LCAP priorities are pupil engagement, school climate, and parental involvement. Now this slide here will show you a little bit about improvement science. And these cycles of inquiry, and in our first visual that I shared around Dr. McFetridge's 3 goals, you see a little arrow that goes through. And what the arrows represent is basically this visual, the PDSA cycles, also known as cycles of inquiry, as a gap analysis. It's this theory of planning, implementing an action or service, studying it, and either amending it or continuing the action and service has been around, but we are using improvement science, and I do want to thank San Mateo County Office of Ed, who has helped our school district, and we've formed a committee of educators and administrators, and we really have looked into root causes of our academic metrics that we have presented here in the LCAP, and I like Trustee Cortez, I probably needed to find some tissue when I saw Mr. Castillo show that percentage of English learners, because what I see there is that 98% of students English learners are failing, that it is guaranteed that our kids that they are English learners, and of course, it's close to my heart. I was an English learner. I didn't learn to speak formal English until I was in 5th grade. But we are happy to know that, and we are welcoming San Mateo County Office of Ed in showing us and giving us these tools of this cycle of inquiry to help us flip that model. What we really want to see is 98% of students being at grade level, particularly our English learners. And so I did want to make that connection of the PDSA cycle here. And this next slide also shows you our multi-tiered systems of support. So it is a pyramid of intervention. And you've heard me mention this in the past before, where as we launch to next year, we're really looking at all of the services, actions and services and staff that is available to support core instruction. We're trying to push that core instruction into that tier 1 instruction, that classroom instruction. Instead of using a pull-out model, we're trying to push into that first, so that when our students are learning about any content area, they're receiving those strategies during that core instruction, and then really taking a look at the middle tier and the last tier of intervention as the smallest group for intervention. What we have seen, and you will see in the metrics here that I've been, it's not new data, we've presented the data before, Israel presented your science data today. Even if we were to hire a teacher in every grade for every school, we would not have enough teachers to give the level of intervention that we need. If we look at the data, and in summary, we have, I mean, that piece, 98% of ELs are not at grade level in science. 95% of ELs are not at grade level in English language arts. Mathematics, it's the same. It's probably, I think I saw one data piece that was 100%, and then if you look at socioeconomically disadvantaged. So the strategy that our curriculum instruction department is using is pushing into the core, is giving our teachers the curriculum that we're bringing to you, that we have brought to you this year, so that they have the tools to really address that gap in the classroom instead of having the pull-out model. And so now I'm going to transition to the 3 types of goals that you will see in the LCAP. This has not changed, and from what I know, it will continue next year, and even in the next 3-year LCAP cycle. We have focus goals. So focus goals are concentrated in scope with fewer number of metrics, and they are time-bound. They are 1, 2, or 3-year goals. These are mainly our goals that are specifically to our at-promise students, that focus on growth for at-promise students. Then we have the broad goals, and broad goals are more concentrated, or less concentrated, but it improves, and it's focused more on maybe a district-wide goal instead of focusing on a specific subgroup of students. And then you have our maintenance of progress goals. Maintenance of progress goals will be goals where we have demonstrated some success. We're not, for example, the EL percentage, right? We're not looking at such a significant gap, but we want to maintain that goal. We don't want to go in reverse. And we do have some good news, actually, of some of the interventions that we have implemented this year. So if we look at our broad goals, okay, our broad goals here, this is our student achievement goal number 1. The metrics here will focus on the priority 1 and priority 2. In this goal, we basically are looking at mainly our appropriate teacher assignments, sufficient instructional materials, and facilities in good repair. That's priority 1. Priority 2 is the implementation of academic content and performance standards. And specifically, the actions and services that we have decided to include in this first goal is looking at highly qualified staff. We have about 65% of the funding that is given to ensure that we have highly qualified staff in the classroom. This goal also includes our teacher induction program. As you know, we continue to have a challenge, we're not alone in this, in retention and recruitment of highly qualified, diverse staff. So we will continue to support teacher induction programs and new teachers coming into our district. This goal also supports our AVID program. I do want to point out that in AVID this year, we are sunsetting the middle school AVID program and keeping it mainly at the high school. Special education services, that's also a very a large goal, and I do want to give thanks to Martha, because I know in the past year we have decreased the number of students attending a non-public school, which equals to over $500,000 of savings in our district.
Can you say that again? I just missed the details of the thing you said,
So
schools.
So non-public schools, placements, sometimes when a school district may not have the services available within a school district, we do have to look at a children's IEP goals, a child's IEP goals, and see where, we have to first look at our own services. Do we have the services here in our district? So Martha Ladd has done a great job this year, in the last 2 years, of increasing the services within Cabrillo Unified School District so that our students can stay in their community instead of us contracting with a non-public school.
I was talking to Martha about this today, and she was presenting it to principals yesterday, actually. She is looking at working with other coastal districts to continue developing programs, but even today she was talking about the fact that we can now provide defensible programs, and so we are trying to keep students within the district as opposed to going to non-public schools, which can be so excessive in costs, $50,000 to over $100,000 a year.
Okay, and I did come back to that slide because I have a couple more things that I skipped. I also wanted to point out that the presentation that Stig Lin just had, this student achievement goal is also directly linked to our new SIS system and Power School, because the data will help us, it'll help us be more expeditious, right? Like it'll facilitate data to be at the fingertips of principals, of teachers, of our department, so that we can then quickly engage in cycles of inquiry. We don't want to engage in a cycle of inquiry that takes an entire year. We want to engage in cycles, on PDSA cycles that are very short, 2 to 3 weeks, 6 weeks, and this is a focus moving forward. And again, we're very happy with Jesus and the tech team and everybody involved, because we're really looking at Power School and the new SIS system as a powerful tool in improving academic interventions and allowing us to have data ready for us to give an intervention service and quickly determine, is a child learning, yes or no? If not, what do we need to adjust? And the other area of support here in some of the procedures that we've implemented under the student achievement goal here is making sure that that we're coaching and also looking at assessing student performance with equitable grading and homework and best practices for homework. And I know, Sophia, you mentioned that earlier. We want to really make sure that we're setting up students for success. And if students are struggling, particularly our English learners who many times wear multiple hats of socioeconomically disadvantaged, coming from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds, they might have a challenge with completing some of the homework. And so I know that our secondary practitioners are really having this as a focus to ensure success moving forward. And this next slide, this is celebratory data. So again, I apologize that somehow the column with the grades was not included here. But basically you have ELA and math. ELA, we start in 3rd grade and we go third through 8th grade. And that last column of both ELA and math is 11th grade. But as you can see, compared to last year when I presented the data for you, we see a lot more green. And so this is the last year that we're using the ELA and the ELA assessment. We might look at using a different assessment tool in math. This was, as you recall, 3 years ago with COVID, we decided not to use the California CASP and the SBAC. So these are all local measures, the rapid assessment, Lexia rapid assessment. But like all of the online applications, Lexia Rapid Assessment is sunsetting, so we will be looking at possibly using next year our CASP interim block assessments that are directly linked to some of the SBAC, ELA, and math assessments to measure proficiency for student achievement. But here, as you can see, and kind of give you a highlight, we see all students, English learners, and Hispanic Latino subgroups demonstrating growth compared to the January, February assessment data from a year ago. We also see English-only students, although you do see 2 red, it's less than 1 point. We're talking about a decimal point of a decrease. But it is also very important to note that special education, but even more so socioeconomically disadvantaged students, have shown a decrease in their performance compared to the previous year. Okay, at promise students is our next goal, and by at promise we mean students that are English learners, students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, special education, Hispanic, Latinx students. And in this goal, we link priority number 4, pupil achievement, and priority number 5, pupil engagement. And this next slide will give you, again, an overview of all of the actions and services that are within this goal. District-wide literacy supports, ELD district-wide aligned curriculum, MTS. So I do want to point out that English Language Development district-wide aligned curriculum, this year there were minimal expenditures, so we are going to, some of the actions and services, we might have overspent and some underspent, so I think it's going to be pretty equal. We may not have too much carryover under the LCFF supplemental funding bucket, but I wanted to point out that for the ELD district-aligned curriculum, because this is year one of implementing the ELA-ELD adoption, we wanted to take a pause before we jumped into looking at supplemental ELD supports for secondary ELD classes and in ELD integrated ELD. In this goal, we also are looking at our MTSS, district formative and summative assessments, dual immersion preschool, our dual immersion and Spanish courses at the secondary level to support our dual immersion pathways in middle and high. We also have some technology enhanced curriculum, English language development sections, which I mentioned, and also super important are ELD specialists as well as our reading intervention specialists. This year they have completely been on board. We're very lucky to have TOSAs and teachers on special assignment and reading intervention specialists that are literacy experts. And I thank them because that's what we have. I know that because they were able to support the idea of reducing the amount of time of student pullout and instead pushing in and modeling best ELA lessons. We feel that that's why we saw a lot more green in the ELA portion of the local assessments. Okay, on this slide, you're going to look at some of the metrics that we used for the at-promise student goal. And I'm not going to read everything, but I can maybe highlight a few things. Okay, so the percent of students who passed the AP exam with a score of 3 or higher, we were at a baseline of 59%, and Half Moon Bay was at 66%. The percent of students, avid students who applied to post-secondary education, the baseline which occurred during COVID was at 35%. But this year we had 100% of avid students apply to a post-secondary education school. Attendance, this is an area of growth for us. We had a baseline right around 2021, 95%. And we did have a slight decrease of 4%, but this percentage looks to have improved from the 25, from having 25% of chronic absenteeism as per the California dashboard. So we are seeing some improvement in student attendance, but we still are not at our baseline. The goal would be to have student attendance at about 98% for the upcoming year. Our maintenance of progress goals, again, these are goals that we are doing pretty well at, right? Goals where we want to maintain and continue to progress in achievement for the maintenance of progress goals. The student and parent engagement, academic and social emotional. Again, I thank Rosalba Segura and the team because they really are instrumental in parental involvement and family engagement strategies, and Bianca Forrester and James Barn around pupil engagement and the support they give our students. So some of the goals that, actions and services within this goal, summer school interventions, interventions in tutoring, family and student case management, community and parent engagement committees. I did want to talk about the family and student case management. Currently, right now, because of migrant education and the migrant education grant that we receive, they have trained our teams around a strong case management system. And we also have included some newcomers, all newcomers, although some may or may not be migrant ed students, they really do fall under the umbrella of migrant ed. And we have seen immense success. And the goal would be to eventually try to learn some of those best practices, because basically we're not letting this case management system, you have one point of contact, the parent knows who to call if they need help, and if the child is not attending, they get a phone call. And so it is a smaller subgroup of students, but the goal would be to learn from this exemplar model and apply it across every single student at Cabrillo Unified School District. And here are some metrics for the student and parent engagement. We're looking at summer engagement. We look at both Panorama survey results as well as California Healthy Kids. Although they're not included here, we are constantly looking at that data to see how we can improve. We have community and parent engagement committees, as well as, and I mentioned the case management. Okay, the last goal is type of goals are our focus goals. And under social, I think I skipped a slide. Under social emotional goal, this social emotional goal is linked to school climate. So we are looking at chronic absenteeism, we're looking at suspensions and expulsions and other pupil outcomes to measure the social emotional engagement of our students. And some of the goals here, counseling supports, family engagement supports, translation services, improve school facilities, counseling services, as well as MTSS. I do want to call out some examples of the SEL goal, which are some of the work that Martha and James and Caroline are engaging in, positive behavior intervention systems. We do have at the high school a wellness coordinator and a wellness committee that meets to really look at the needs of our secondary students. And happy to announce that we are starting a Link Crew program, which is a mentoring program at Half Moon Bay High School, where older students will mentor younger students. Also need to give a shout out to Lisette Bendaña at Pilarcitos, who has been a lead of our restorative justice programs. And she's currently actually applied for a grant. I usually am really good with the numbers of the grant, but right now I can't. I think it's about $150K, maybe about $150K grant that Lisette Bendaña applied for, and with a team of people. And we're looking at a train-the-trainer model around restorative practices. And keep in mind that this grant and the train-the-trainer model not only will serve Pilarcitos, but will serve our other secondary schools. And at Cunha, we're also looking at electives at Cunha to support the murals. I don't know if you have been at Cunha and seen the beautiful murals oh, actually, Carmen, you would love to see the murals at Cunha. So we definitely are looking into, and it's kind of like the science, right? Project-based learning is having the students really, yes, it's time, there is a time for us to look at the academics, but how do we embed VAPA, visual arts and performing arts, into the classroom that's still aligned to the content standards, but kind of give students a little break. And this, there is research, and Kim, you know this, right? That that VAPA really does support a student's social emotional well-being, any visual arts and performing arts. And here are some of our SEL metrics. Again, not going to read them all, but I'll call out a few. Looking at site parent engagement events, counseling supports for families, translation services, and facilities. Although facilities, right? Like if a student is coming into a clean classroom with functioning lights and Wi-Fi, they're going to feel safe, right? That's warm. And so that's why we have our fit goal metric within this metric section. We also have under the focus goals, ELA, ELD, mathematics and suspension, LCFF priority 5, pupil engagement, and 4, pupil achievement. And this goal actually is required of any district who is under a differentiated assistance program or designation. So currently we are designated as differentiated assistance and mainly under chronic absenteeism. And so with that designation, the San Mateo County Office of Ed supports districts under DA to help us, again, guide us through the cycles, the PDSA cycles, to help us look at data and define what the goal is for the upcoming year. I also do need to say that one of the PDSA cycles that we just engaged in, we looked at elementary, middle, and high, and again, we had a team, a differentiated assistance team made up of teachers, administrators, district office personnel, and every single level chose English learners as a focus. And so we're really excited because everybody was on the same page when we're looking at all of the different subgroups. Yes, some subgroups are, at 55% at grade level or above, but English learners had the most significant gap. 95% of students are not at grade level using certain metrics. And so across the board, as we launch into next year, we have that as a focus across the board: curriculum, classroom visits, data analysis. And again, we will continue to have LCAP support that goal of ours in making sure that we're really focusing on improving the academic and social achievement of our English learners. Here are some of the actions and services under this, under our differentiated assistance goal of ELA, ELD, math, and suspensions. We want to continue to use multi-tiered systems of support as that vehicle to support our ELs and other at-promise subgroups. In this goal, we also are allocating about $500,000 to support elementary reading intervention teachers at our Title I sites. And we also would like to allocate funds for increased during school and after school, including summer enrichment services. And metrics here from this current year, again, we are also seeing an increase. We've had our teachers on special assignment and our curriculum adoptions completed for about a year and a half. And we're definitely seeing some positive gains with some of our local benchmark data, where all students as a whole are showing some academic gains: English learners, Hispanic, Latino. Again, the biggest subgroup that continues to show negative gains are socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And Dr. Contreras hopefully trained me well here. I'm going to try to explain this visual. And so in the LCAP, there are two types of district funding models. Under the LCFF district funding model, of which we're currently in this year, 22-23, we have property taxes that fill a bucket. This is local money from taxes, and when those taxes don't reach the top of the container, then the state taxes come in to help make up the difference. So currently, we are under this model, LCFF. Now, there's the other type of district, the basic aid district, where property taxes overflow the bucket of funding, of the anticipated funding, or that level of funding that that state says every district should have a minimum amount of funding. When the property taxes overflow, local districts get to keep that funding. Now, we anticipate, based on projections and assumptions, that using the LCFF calculator, that for the 23-24 school year, we will move into basic aid. Dr. Contreras? Thumbs up, okay. And this next slide here will show you our LCFF supplemental funding allotment. So this is similar to special education, where LCFF supplemental is our base, LCFF general fund. But the state will determine a certain percentage based on the unduplicated count of students in the MPP. We have a certain LCFF supplemental amount that needs to be allocated specifically for unduplicated students and services to improve, services for unduplicated students. For 23-24, that anticipated amount is 2.489, 2,489,737. And that concludes the LCAP presentation. We will be back. The LCAP that was presented to you and is open for public hearing starting last week. It is in draft mode. That we still are working with the County Office of Ed to give some recommendations. They are actually flowing in the comments. So we anticipate on the 22nd, you will have the final LCAP recommendation. But again, similar to the single plans, LCAP is a living and breathing document. We may amend it. If we have large amendments, we definitely can come back and present that to you. Even in the summer, San Mateo County Office of Ed will continue to give us some edits. And should there be significant changes, we'll come back in August to present those changes for you. Do we have any questions?
Great, we do have a public comment, so I want to make sure.
We need to do a public hearing.
Oh,
we need to
I was
vote,
going
yes.
to say too, okay, let's go back to the thing. Okay, so should I call the public hearing, read the comment during the public hearing? Okay. Okay, so in that case, we will open a public hearing. I'm sorry, get closer. We will open a public hearing hereby for this item LCAP. And seeing there are no people here live in the room, I will read the comment that came in for this item. From Monica Rossoff, parent of the student who was a victim of violence. CUSD Governing Board, thank you for reading my public comment. I understand that the administration is soliciting community ideas to reduce the rampant bullying and violence. 1, adopt a policy of transparency and non-retaliation by students and administration. Students and families do not come forward to report bullying because they are afraid they are experiencing retaliation and they are getting minimal support from the administration, especially the victims. Often there are no meaningful or timely consequences for the aggressors. CUSD, update and share your procedure for the investigation and resolution of disciplinary actions. Specifically address the practice of taking videos of fights on campus and failing to report violence on campus. 2, establish an event log that documents in an anonymized, FERPA-compliant manner reports of bullying or violent incidents. Was the investigation protocol followed? Was police involved? And was disciplinary action taken? Review this information and share it with the community at every CUSD board meeting as a recurring agenda item. 3, establish a rating system that allows parents who meet with administrations to rate their satisfaction with the outcome of the meeting anonymously. It could be as simple as a survey link that is provided by administrators to families at every meeting. This feedback can be collated ahead of CUSD board meetings and reviewed as a recurring agenda item. 4, make the tough decisions and fund fair teacher salaries and hire the behaviorists and other professional support staff that the kids need to be safe and exercise their constitutional right to an education, even if this means eliminating consultant or other administrative positions. If you do not collect data regarding incidents in the resolution and the community experience working with CUSD, how will you improve the school community and school safety? Thank you, Monica Rossoff. Okay, and seeing as that is our only comment, we will close public hearing. And Rosie, we can go to questions and comments now? Okay, questions and comments?
Thank you for, I know this is a lot of information to gather and to compile and to present, so thank you very much for all your hard work and everyone that contributed. It was early in the presentation when you said we want to see 98% of our students at grade level. My question is, and I know the grade level things fell off the charts, but do you see percentages at grade level increase over time? Meaning if you track the same cohort of students that may not be may not be proficient in English, K1, 2, you said yourself you learned in 5th grade when you became more proficient. Do we see better at grade level metrics in middle school or high school, or is it flat throughout the system?
It really depends on the subgroup of students. So we have
For English language learners, I guess.
it's pretty flat. It's, yes, the students that get reclassified, and I know Ishael may have presented that previously, students that get reclassified, they do show growth over time. They don't show like a even though the state, we are required to monitor students that are reclassified for 4 years, because we want to make sure that they're not regressing. But most RFIP kids are continue to grow. It's students that remain long-term English learners that do not show growth.
And what is, I know enough to be dangerous and listen to a report out, I think it was in San Francisco, and they were talking about issues around socioeconomic and teasing out what we can expect. I mean, we want the district to do as much as we can, absolutely. But are there other factors where we need more support that will help the district?
Other factors?
Well, for socioeconomic. I mean, we have control of the classrooms. But do we have in social, emotional awareness, are we aware of kids, we know if someone's homeless, we know if someone's foster child.
So the data that we see, and the data that we see is that outside factors, if the strategies are research-based and strong in the classroom, socioeconomic disadvantage, a child can still succeed no matter if they're socioeconomically disadvantaged or Hispanic, Latino, or an English learner. I mean, I'm here in front of you. Yes. I was all of the above. I was an unduplicated student. And so I have a lot of room to growth. I'm a lifelong learner. Not perfect, but No,
and I never want to bucket someone to say that, I mean, brilliance can happen anywhere, but maybe not opportunity. And we want to make sure we have equitable opportunities. That message I hear loud and clear. I'm just trying to ask.
Let me try here. There has been a concerted effort at the state level and in this district, for example, to look at extended learning. If you have students at Promise and they are provided extra time after the school day and more instructional time, that's additional support. So the idea of treatments within the school day, certainly you can have new, better, district-wide curriculum. You can have professional development for teachers. But when we're able to provide additional supports, whether that's extended learning after the school day for those students who may need additional supports, that's one way to do it. As long as the state continues to defund, as they have since 1978, 1979, social services to the people of California, particularly to those who need it, and as long as the state continues to make decisions to make it a broad stroke, we're going to provide free meals to all students, causing the district money so that we can't add extra money for those who really do need it, that's an issue. But I do think there is bright points here. You've shown the bright points here. I think as long as we have a standard district-wide curriculum, professional development to teachers, expectations in our classrooms, that we will provide that support as tier 1 instruction, first learning, that is the big change. In the past, I think what many school systems have had is, okay, this is how we teach it, and if you don't teach it, we're going to pull you out and we're going to, you'll go get fixed elsewhere, but then you lose tier 1 instruction in the classroom. So I do think that Dr. Bhatia, Rosalva Segura, Dr. Contreras, for example, have worked very hard, not just for the Eagle Club at Hatch, but also expanding the Dolphin Club at El Granada, the 2 Title I schools. So I think there will be additional supports. That will be the bright light. But on an equity level, that is providing more supports and more services to those people who need it.
I have a bunch of questions. First of all, thank you for bringing this. I think Kim said too, like it's so much work and effort even to pull this plan together. And I know you've come to us like regularly. When you come to us regularly, we've heard a lot of bits and pieces of this, but it is really nice to see it as an LCAP. I still, of course, never love the format of the LCAP, this 3-year cycle to me seems very artificial, because 2 years and you're kind of should be continuously updating it, but that's why I'm glad that we're also looking at a more holistic planning tool through the equity audit and the strategic planning to think holistically as a district, what are we doing, beyond the confines of the template of the LCAP. That said, this is really amazing, and you've done a really great job, like summarizing in a more digestible way what you need to do in like 1,000 pages through that format. So a bunch of questions I had. One was around that data, the tables data with the improvements and the declines in ELA and math. What stood out to me mostly was in ELA, the 11th graders with low SES declined by 49%. So I'm curious, especially because the English learners did increase, like why is that number so high, and is it driven by non-English learner students?
So in 11th grade, we're talking about maybe 20 ELs, socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Okay.
We're talking about 100 in 11th grade. It's 55%, so maybe 100.
Half.
Yeah, half. So the number is much larger, I think. So maybe that group of, we don't know if those ELs were socioeconomically disadvantaged or not, because this is not unduplicated data.
Okay, so the socioeconomically disadvantaged group is much larger, so anything else like RFEPs would be in there, like English-only students would be in there. So that makes sense about the interplay between those two factors, but it's still a big, it's a lot of, remind me what local assessment you use for the 11th graders?
Well, this will be the last year, but it's the Lexia Rapid Assessment.
Okay.
It's an online assessment. And it was not perfect. When we went into COVID, the state required us to use a local assessment. It's what we were using already. It was the best of what we had, and I don't know if you recall, we came back around mid-April, secondary came back in May, and our teachers just did not want to bring back students to give them the CAS SBAC for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And because of that decision,
We use Lexia.
we use Lexia, which is it's not an assessment that now I would pick. But moving forward next year, the data, hopefully, again, Power School, looking at aligning the interim block assessments, which are part of the SBAC and the CASP, I feel will be more reliable data.
Okay, yeah, because I was curious if that's like real, if that's some artifact of the assessment that was used, and I guess we could triangulate with the CASP data, and I don't remember 11th grade CASP data being that horrible, but maybe we never looked at 11th grade pulled out by low socioeconomics, because that is half the class. Like half the class doing worse than half the class did the previous year is like awful. And I guess we'll come back at some point with grades too, because I would worry too, like in high school, what do their grades look like in sophomore year as well as junior year? And that tells us, again, are they like C's, D's, and F's, in which case that is real data, or are they higher? These 11th graders are the ones that missed their freshman year due to the pandemic. So I guess I'm not overly optimistic that this isn't somewhat real, because we know low socioeconomic, students with low socioeconomic status like struggle the most after that loss of learning on campus. So we can triangulate, I guess, but I think we need to dig into more data to see like if that's real, because they have one more year before they leave our system. So we want to make sure they graduate with the capabilities, because that's half our graduating class next year. So just a little red flag for that particular group.
What we did hear from teachers across the board is that every cohort of student was basically a year below, maybe a year and a half.
Makes sense. Other questions I had, so this is maybe a question more for Jesus, because again, I'm glad that you brought up the non-public school placements. Jesus, where does that fit into our budget? I assume in that same lovely category everyone loves, services.
It's, any of those expenditures are where you have seen them at that part, $4.5 million that we end up putting from
Special
the-
education.
From special education. Those are the non-public schools. So the big contribution is, of course, we get some state and some federal dollars for special education that cover part of it, but if we aggregate them, it ends up being, it has been traditionally 4.3, 4.2, $4.5 million contribution from the general fund. Now, in this case, for example, and that's something that as we move forward, the $2.4 million that are general fund that are some part of the LCAP going into the next cycle of LCAPs that will start next year, we would need to integrate those students. The special ed students are just another one of our students that happens to need more supports. Then we had traditionally had felt that special ed is funded through another special ed. No, it's part of the general program. So at least all of the core programs, Leticia and I will work on making sure that special ed student is not specially funded. It's funded first by our general fund, and then it's supplemented with those. So with that perspective, we will have a cleaner and clearer idea of this is not a special ed student with special funding for special things. That student gets our core curricular program first, and then gets the extra support.
That makes sense. And so for those non-public school placements, are those within the general fund or like, I assume?
They are in the
Right,
general
yeah.
fund.
And so are they like part of the outside services, like that category, or is it buried somewhere within the,
Those are the 5,000 special services.
oh, special services, okay, under the consulting, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any place
So
where we
that's
have
another
a contract.
example of what comes under, it's not all, people always like the word consulting, because that makes you think of like Deloitte and fancy people coming in with fancy shoes, right? But this is like other services that come,
That's the
that we pay
object.
for.
That's the object part of it.
Okay.
Now we go back to the fund. Our fund is the O1 fund, the general
Yeah.
fund. Now we get some resources then after that, some federal resources, some state resources that we, that's the second numbers on what we have. So if we get some dollars, federal, state dollars,
Some
that's
restricted.
where we go first.
Okay, that makes, and you
The
use that
rest,
up,
We use it up,
Yeah.
then we
Okay.
go to.
so
the
any overflow, which
contribution.
makes sense because we know it's unfunded, not
Yes.
completely funded.
Not
so-
fully funded.
Not
yes.
fully funded. Okay, cool, that's helpful. That 2.4 million, like the supplemental funding under LCAP, is that also, I know it's like quasi-categorical, like you're supposed to send it, like where does that show up as restricted or unrestricted in the budget?
So that shows as unrestricted.
That's what I thought, but it's weird because it should be really restricted. It's just the state doesn't require you to put it under that category.
10
correct?
years ago,
Yeah.
when we started LCAPing, when we LCFF, it was the way that the state put it forward. This is general fund. We, you can use them any way you want. And then that has been changed over the years. But 10 years ago, we started with that notion. What you will need to do is that, because it comes from your LCFF, the LCAP, the LCFF calculations, you're going to be seeing whom are you serving with. That's why I always bring you. Whom are you serving? And I showed you the list of students and they're unduplicated. Because of those unduplicated counts, those are the ones that trigger, in our case, $2.4 million that reside in general fund that Leticia has to work with everybody to make sure that there are actions and services that are going to make a difference for our disadvantaged, educationally disadvantaged students. So those are the 2.4 millions. And early on her presentation, she was going for priority one, which is, does everybody have a teacher, a well-certified teacher to teach? Those are the part of the general fund that responds to the state priority of you will have facilities and you will have a teacher and you will have instructional materials. That's the priority one. So that's what she was referring to first.
Okay.
It's a fascinating, beautiful thing.
Oh, yeah, okay, time check, it is 5 to 10. Do we have a motion to go past 10? And then we need to have a proposal for a specific time to end, and I'm gonna say, we have the budget after this. You may not like to, but let's be realistic.
I would move to say 11:30 and think we're probably not going to go that long, but at least we have the.
We don't have to do it again.
Right?
Yeah.
And we don't have to do it again? I don't know.
Do we have a second?
I know, I'm sorry.
She disagreed.
I disagreed.
Friendly amendment?
Someone
No,
will-
I don't know. That's-
Someone will second.
I'll second the 11:30.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
At parliamentary procedure, you'd have a motion, you could have a countervailing motion, the second would carry unless there is another second, and then you take a vote between the split.
Okay, so we have a second motion for 11:30.
Sorry, Kim.
These are two big topics.
You could vote on 11:30, you could vote on 11, either way.
We're voting on 11:30. Yeah. Do you want to have us vote?
All in favor to 11:30, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No, I can't vote.
Yeah.
Just joking.
All right, motion passes. 11:30 is our new curfew. Okay, thank you. I like that you, I appreciate, first of all, that you talked about a lot of the foundational work that's happening around equitable grading practices. And again, like those simple things that literally cost nothing, some of the things that Ms. Bickle also suggested, like things are just changes in practice that can make a big difference for kids and cost no one anything extra and probably make everyone's life easier. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you're going into a little bit more detail around the case management piece for migrant students. I think that using that as a model, you know, obviously it's not scalable to all students and maybe not necessary in that highly intensive format for all students, but probably helpful for more students than are getting it in that formal structured case management, but also speaks to kind of like opportunity to shift the culture in schools in general, not just here, around like really taking accountability for students and where they are. I think my observation has been, you know, in schools has been so much is parsed out to this is this person's job, this is this person's job, this is this person's job, and then like the students fall through the cracks. And I hear this from a lot of our like Spanish-speaking families especially, and I spoke to this earlier in terms of being able to have a parent that can basically be your case manager and help you navigate through when the semester's, I given Sean an example the other day about the semester's over. Student doesn't do so hot in a class, like English or math or something they're gonna have to continue the following year. What happens over the summer? Nothing, right? Unless they fail and they get called in for summer school. Like, you know, that could be just, that's just like a small thing that I thought of recently, just kind of, again, observing how these processes happen. But to even just have that culture of accountability where someone observes something and they might not be the ones to solve it, but to give a simple referral to say, hey, you should talk with your counselor about this because they might be able to help you figure out what to do, rather than just leaving people hanging. Like that's, I think, an example of like a culture of accountability and collaboration to support our students. Not, I don't know, it's not my problem, right? And somebody else will take care of it. I think that's a good, and we can see people like Drew came in, you could see like when people take accountability, not only for their defined role, but for figuring out like how do we work together with Rosalva for recruitment or, you know, whoever. I think that's a really big opportunity. Again, really no cost. So just wanted to throw that out there as well. And
And thank you to all the individual teachers that teach recorders.
Oh, recorders, okay.
Well, okay,
Was
so
that on the
I'm saying,
LCAP?
I'm being snarky, and forgive me, Leticia. I mean, I appreciate how difficult this is to meet state requirements and identify all the things we have to measure. And when we look at integrated learning programs, when we look at research, we know that the visual and performing arts do play a role in not only social and emotional learning, but in math, in reading, in learning acquisition, and cognitive development. And so having that holistic component, we measure everything individually, and then the support pieces don't show up as prominent. That's my observation. So, you know, I know you guys will be glad when I'm off the board and you don't have to hear it, but that's just one of those pieces I just want to hold space for in terms of how we talk about it. Because yes, you mentioned it in answering a question and pointing it out under social emotional learning, but we don't see it in the documentation. So I know we've got a VAPA plan out there. I know things are being done. I'm just saying that's just one of the areas, if I'm looking at it, I don't see it.
Now, although I didn't, because it's very hard, right, to show 111 pages worth of details, but our entire VAPA program, including Art in Action, the Art of Education University, stipends for VAPA leads at every site, and music for minors, of which they do have in 5th grade recorders. And so it is in the LCAP. It's just, I didn't point it out specific, but in the larger LCAP, you'd be able to see it.
The 8,000-page document.
And I'd like to remind the public, just so that they're not, we can disabuse anyone of the notion that there has been regression in this regard. There is a visual and performing arts plan, and there's been more dedicated dollars from the district in visual and performing arts, thanks to Dr. Bhatia and the work of our teachers and the work of parent volunteers, than there have been previously because of your commitment and because of your reminders. So thank you very much. Just want to make sure the public knows that there is more art. We worked very closely with the PTOs at the elementary schools to make sure that we could take that so it would be equitable and it wouldn't be just based on certain PTO contributions.
I'd like to talk. Are you? Go ahead.
I just had one more question, one more comment, but.
I'm gonna leave my microphone on because
Yeah.
I don't know where Stig is, but this one sucks tonight. So I'm just gonna leave it on.
I had a question about summer school enrollment, under, it's one of the metrics under student and parent engagement, academic actions, something. I see credit recovery is 260 for this year, and high school PE, freshman, algebra, science is 125. I don't know if those are student numbers or course numbers, so maybe they're somewhat overlapping, but it seems really high, like 260, even if it's just a credit recovery piece. And I know some of the others are credit recovery too. They're just not Edgenuity. They're the live ones, right? PE and algebra and science. I assume those are all live.
Now this data is from last summer, because we're presenting last summer data.
Oh, last summer's data. Okay.
So this.
Okay. So that makes sense because that was right after the pandemic. Because I was adding I mean, even the 260 loans, like a quarter of the population of the school. So, but that makes sense because that was for the 22-23 school year. Okay. And then my last comment was just pointing out those tables that you have in the packets, page 727 to 739. I just want to comment that they're super, I know it's like part of the template, but they're helpful for those on the board or in the public that want to know more about how things are spent from a different point of view than what we have to report in the SACS report, which again is like another state-mandated way that we have to report stuff. This is another point of view for people that are curious, like how are we spending our money? Like it's a different, more verbose, descriptive way. So I just want to point that out as well. So that's my last comment. So what was that?
Thank you for your presentation. I mean, it's so much, and you were able to like present it, which is amazing. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for having everybody on board and putting this together. I'm gonna probably sound repetitive, but I feel like I need to say it, right? On a couple of things, I heard you talk about, you know, the homework and those best practices, and I feel like if we repeat this and it's in our LCAP, we can change some of the teachers' ways because it's still happening. Kids are still being given no opportunity or it's like it has to be turned in, and if it's not, you're not gonna get any credit for it. And as a parent and having a student who, you know, needs support and has, you know, has a 504 plan and all that, I find it, you know, it's one of those battles where it's like, you know, I don't know how much to fight for, but I could just see other parents struggling with that for many other reasons. I mean, some kids just don't even have the space to do the homework. And you know, I could go on forever, right? But thank you, because I think that needs to continue to be said. You know, it's not happening. There are, and no disrespect to anyone's teaching style, but some of the teachers are still not allowing that flexibility. They've basically said, and even my daughter said, one of her teachers said, you know, unless she's in the hospital like dying, there's no reason why her homework's not turned in. And I was like, wow, okay. And that's not, I have a problem with that in so many different ways, especially when we're talking about the ELD population and being so, you know, being exactly with those scores. The other thing is, I did speak to Lisette Bendaña in the Pilarcitos graduation. She was so excited about this training the trainer, which makes so much sense because you can train the kids, but then you also have to train the adults, and they have to be met halfway. And I think that's an example of like best practices, because sometimes we as adults and as just human beings don't realize how we talk to some of the kids is very important to. And once again, last year I had a 504 plan meeting, and one of the teachers, I told her exactly how, you know, sometimes how she came across to my daughter and in general in the class. And so she was afraid. And, you know, I have so much respect for this teacher who said, I thank you for telling me this because I have to be careful. Sometimes I need to be a little more patient and a little more careful. And it takes that, just that little bit of effort that doesn't cost any money to really help and motivate students. Because like you said earlier, we can't buy people homes, or we can't find people where to live and you know, have everybody have their own room and live in proper, because if that's the case, sign me up. And we can't do that. But yet you're here, I'm here, and if you have a solid foundation and you know, you have what it takes for them to want to come back, whether it be music or a teacher or a program, like that's the hard truth, right? So thank you for that. And parent involvement, just to see that it's in the LCAP, thank you, because, you know, yes, these kids, especially now, like, you know, after elementary and going from middle school and then in high school, I think kids should be more responsible, rightfully so. But I think that there's still a lot to be desired for parent involvement, and parents need to know where they are. And it shouldn't just all fall on the kids. It's like, well, he knew, they know the class. So just involving the parents, and that's always been an ongoing, I don't want to say battle, but it's been an ongoing problem. Just, you know, having them involved and continuing that involvement, you know, not just involving them when, you know, when things are bad, just involving them continuously. They shouldn't just be involved because their kids are failing, or they've been suspended, or they've been, they're gonna be expelled, like have them involved, and prevention is so important, and not wait for, we see red flags and not wait for things to happen. And so, I mean, this is so in-depth and it's so complicated. And it just takes, like you always say, it always takes a village. So thank you. And it's just great to see that in the plan. And if anything, just to hear that for next year, the focus group are ELD students. Like, if I were not to serve in this board, I would be like, I'd leave in peace. So thank you. Okay, that's really bad.
Hey,
And I have to say, the focus is of our PDSA, the Plan, Do, Study, Act Cycle, our ELs, but also EL instruction.
That is a primary goal of ours, one that we talked about with principals yesterday. Thank you, Dr. Bhatia. Israel Castillo. That is a concerted effort for administrators starting next year to do walkthroughs and facilitated walkthroughs to make sure that we are implementing new curricula faithfully and making sure that we're addressing that particular focal goal. English language learners is the focal goal.
I just wanted to say, Lizette, for the late homework thing, it is our board policy that they have to accept that, just FYI. But obviously, I don't think everyone knows that, but.
Well, I do know
FYI.
also that there has been some training on equitable grading policies, and this will continue. And I do believe, actually, having been reviewing the equity audit documentation just today, that there will be a recommendation ahead in this regard, but I don't want to give too much of a preview.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for bringing this to us.
This item will return in 2 weeks after you get feedback from the county. Oh, there you go.
All right. All right, next item. Let me scroll back up 1,000 pages in this packet to get to the agenda. It's obviously Jesus, and it's obviously a budget, but I want to read it. It's item 5F, proposed CUSD budget for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
So 10 years ago, when we were coming out of the dark moments of the big recession, the LCFF came up, and that was a way in which it was legislated then that we would be, our new funding mechanism was going to be with the LCFF. So that required that we had an LCAP, and it required that we had public hearings. That before the board came an LCAP, and then came the budget that it was going to be making sure that LCAP could be funded. So we have now a budget which had existed before that needs to be have a public hearing. The purpose of today's item is a public hearing where we have indicated to everybody that since the day that this was published, the board meeting was published back last Friday, that we would be having available to the public the proposed budget for 23-24. So that is what this item is all about. The budget, a proposed budget is in the packet, and it is at the district office, and it is a public hearing to comply with the budget adoption 23-24. So that is what this is, so it's a public hearing.
Do we have any questions or comments from folks?
When we do the public hearing?
Yeah, and so then I'll do the public hearing. And then we can ask questions or comments afterwards, right? All right, so we'll open the public hearing for the budget. Since there are no comments from the public in person or in writing submitted beforehand, we will close the public hearing. And we'll go to board member questions and comments. Okay, fine, I'll start. Because you know I have questions and comments always. First, so thank you, because this is our opportunity. The budget planning, just for folks' awareness, is like an ongoing process. It's not like this is the first time we've heard anything about budget for next year, like by far. Obviously, we saw it in detail last week at the third interim, but also through all these conversations, even through other topics that are not budget specific, we hear qualitatively things that will go, changes that will impact our budget for next year and the years to come as well. So I just want to say that as context. And I want to thank you, Jesus, for continuing to talk about the budget planning process as being based on assumptions, based on the best information that we have at the time. And I think that's why sometimes budgets, like actuals change or budget forecasts change because the information changes about the needs, about the money coming in, about the opportunities for savings, whatever investments that we realize we need to make sooner rather than later to reduce costs over time. So there are a lot of levers that you pull even once something's approved that will cause changes throughout the course of the year. So I appreciate that. I had a couple general questions, a couple specific questions. One, I heard earlier tonight about like lower costs on certificated staff, but again, I think that's a comparison to the budgeted amount and the actual amount. And given that we're decreasing enrollment, probably makes sense. So you can, if you want to comment on that, and also because I do see that nonetheless, if we look back at the third interim, the costs, the certificated costs are increasing year over year, even though we're decreasing enrollment. So maybe that will be an opportunity for revisiting that in the future, but anyway.
So in the budget is anticipated revenue, anticipated operation, and that is anticipated. That is based on what we know, this is where we think we're going to be spending. Going to the certificated, based on the positions that we think that we're going to be having, but it is not going to be over because if we have children that show up, we're going to be hiring other positions. Now, that is why when you get that information presented to you, you will be seeing what are the levels of funding that we are putting, what the numbers, where are all of these positions at. So it's anticipated positions based on what we know right now, what the number of students that we anticipate that we're going to be having. And it is typical when we open school, if we have children that show up, and we have children that, then we would be increasing those numbers of teachers. The interesting thing in here is that if we anticipate that we are going to be having a number of students and we don't do a right sizing of what we have, then we might end up having classes that are not up to the numbers of students that we would have. And that's an important part to keep, working with Bianca, working with Leticia, making sure that we know what classes are needed, what teachers are needed, and then we account for whom we're going to be hiring and the cost of each and every one of those positions. So it's when is the time that we really know how much we spent? That is going to be as we close the books right now, and we bring to you in September, this is how 22-23 looked like. That's the only time that we have the certainty of what did cost what. The rest is based on the expenditures are real, but the anticipated, the assumptions are best information that we have.
Makes sense, thank you. So another topic about the reserve for economic uncertainty, which for a district the size of ours is required to be 3%. Is it fair to describe that more as like overdraft protection on a checking account than it is like real money that we can access absent like a massive emergency, like we seriously screwed up and we have to pay payroll for 2 weeks and just is like that kind of buffer?
It's money that we would have to say, whatever happens, this is an overdraft protection. Yeah. That's a good analogy. It's an overdraft protection, and then minimally it's 3%. Is our payroll 3%? Not, but it is a minimum overdraft protection in there. 3%. For our district.
So when we're looking at our budget in terms of the number that we'll have to resolve, it really is that bottom row, the unassigned, which again, it's unfortunate. Sometimes we have to have like these bureaucratic ways of reporting things based on the state requirements, but the important number that the county is gonna look to us to be able to pull together is that like that bigger number at the bottom, the 7.8, because we can't, like, yes, we have a spending deficit, but on top of that, that doesn't include the deficit of the 3% reserve. So really, it is that bigger number.
Those 3% of the expenditures, every time that we have 3% of the expenditures is what is that buffer in there. So that we, by the time we are not making even that 3%, then we really have a problem.
Yeah, so the county is gonna look to us to resolve that number way at the bottom, the unassigned, not just the spending deficit.
The county is gonna be making sure that whatever we do, we have that 3% of our expenditures.
Yeah,
now, let me repeat, of our expenditures. Yeah. That means that if we're deficit spending, we really are gonna have to look at expenditures. Are we deficit spending? So those two go together to make sure that minimally, to operate, we have to have those 3%. Just to operate.
It's not 3% of our budget.
3% of our expenditures.
Well, of the expenditures, not the revenues, I guess, is the differentiation. Yeah. It's like a fine, because in theory, they should be pretty similar, so it shouldn't matter that much, except when you're deficit spend. So. Exactly.
Well, so that makes it a bigger number.
It makes it a bigger number.
I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah, so it makes sense, yeah.
There's where the deficit spending comes.
It bites you twice.
It hurts us. It hurts us more.
Yeah, it hurts us more when you're deficit spending because it's a bigger number. Yeah, that makes, no, thank you for reminding us about that. So we do, I mean, again, we've heard there's no revenue problem, but again, when our revenues decrease because our assumptions were different, like that is a revenue problem insofar as like our forecasts and our spending plans are based on a higher revenue number than we get. Like, I just want to point out that that is a revenue problem. Yeah, so like at a high level, what would you say is like changing for next year? Not with like the list of like, you know, this is going up and this is going down, because obviously that all nets out, but like, are there any trends in terms of what's changing from this year to your plan for next year?
Well, the first thing is that we are working together to see what the right sizing, what is it that, how many teachers for how many students, what kinds of students, what kinds of programs. We also need to take a look at what kind of programs we can afford, and what students are being affected by those programs that we can afford. And just to use an example from my previous life, where I would have to close French classes, or we're not teaching German anymore. And we cannot afford to have a German program that where I could serve. It's beautiful to have 10, 15 students learning German. Or if you want to have a German program, you're going to have German 3 and 4 together, German 2 and 3 together.
I do want to speak to this too, because we have asked Bianca Forrester, and we went through this on Monday, looking at enrollments, and we will bring that back to the board because it has been requested by you in previous meeting to look under the hood, if you will. This should not be a black box. It shouldn't be something that exists that you don't know what's in. So, you know, we were able to look on Monday, current staffing. It is premature to look at that now because it's a moving target. But in the fall, when we start back, you will certainly see how the classes are loaded. And we can point out there what's efficient, what's not efficient, and sort of project, starting next year, what might be areas where we might cut.
And it's a painful process, because I'm telling you the story of one of my previous lives where I had to say no more German. And it's painful because it affects something that is valued in our schools. And we love it, and we would want to have it.
But we make these decisions, for example, at the high school every year. Every year, people sign up for courses and there's not enough, and then you decide on every given year, you have enough students or you don't have enough students. But for sure, the board and the public will be able to peek under the hood a little bit in the fall to say, this is where we're placing our bets, this is where we're spending our money.
So that's at the level of our classroom level. But we also are looking into, so how can we best optimize our resources for the maintenance of our schools?
Well,
How
I will
can
say, but I'm going to say too, Dr. Contreras, I think that's nice to hear that it's going to be optimized, but let's just make this very clear. This is not an optimization process. It is a survival process. We will be forced to make cuts, and it won't be what's for optimal or best, because we can't afford the best. At this point, we're going to have to make cuts. And there will be cuts. I mean, I will say, Stig, Lynn, you know, talked about the savings that he will make, which is fantastic, and that will help us over time. But everybody understands, you know, back to the teaching model, if you've got contractual size limits and you've got to have teachers follow students, and all of a sudden we go over that contractual size limit and you have to add another teacher, the cut is coming from a CSEA member, or it's coming from a consultant, or it's coming from a service that we provided. And so I just want to make sure that's very clear. Right now you have sort of like this budget document that says if things continued, this is what the budget would look like. Because we don't have it written on paper, a fiscal recovery plan yet for you. That will take time in the fall. You will have a budget advisory committee, as Dr. Contreras leads regularly anyway, and it will start looking at cuts. And then we will make those cuts. We will make the reductions in force. It will be predominantly CSEA members and not teachers. We will right-size teachers per class size. But again, that's based on projections about demographer projections. And we're fortunate to have demographer projections and have to continue that because it's part of doing business to staff appropriately. But make no mistake, there'll be a reduction in force item coming to the board in the fall, and then there'll be an enrollment, a resolution coming at the end of the 23 calendar year that says this is how we're going to make cuts. The county will require it.
It is that, just reiterating what Dr. Petrich was referring to, we are going to be coming up with a plan for the board to consider that would be generated and vetted through the Budget Advisory Committee, including our stakeholders, and then go through those processes.
So a couple more questions. I've heard also it said that books and supply, that there's like too much being spent on that. And while I clearly philosophically disagree for that for reasons that have come up in our curriculum discussions, also, can you just confirm my understanding that like typically those budget line items are categorical funds that cannot be used for salaries?
In the SACs, we use the same system for restricted or unrestricted. Books and supplies restricted would be going with the resources that are restricted. Books and supplies unrestricted would be going with the ones that are unrestricted. So that's the big difference. But it is the same code, different uses, restricted resources, specific purposes, unrestricted for the same things that I was using earlier with STIG. You know, same.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Thank you for clarifying. Let me see. So for those restricted funds for books and supplies, if they're not used in 1 year, can you typically carry them over to the next year? Or it depends on the
It all
source?
depends. It
Depends on the
depends on the pot.
Yeah.
If the pot is allows, we have, for example, a restricted resource, Title I, which is a small amount that we get. That allows a 15% carryover. So each and every one of those restricted has their own rules.
That's complicated.
Each legislated part of it has its own rules.
Yeah, and I know, because sometimes the amounts that when we hear, oh, you have $50 million, it's like, well, maybe 7 million of that is COVID relief funding this year, and each $748,000 bucket of that has its own rules, including when you can spend it, when you can carry it over, and a lot of them are similar but slightly different. So I think it's easy to pluck out numbers that might sound interesting. Really, it's when you get into details that, and I appreciate you always having your door open to members of the board or the public to answer those questions, because I think that's really helpful.
So what we bring to you is the aggregate of all of that information. But we can disaggregate with anyone, and you've been to some of those budget advisory committees. That's where I try to disaggregate that data to the members or anybody who chooses to be part of it, or I'm available anytime.
I have one more detailed question. In the SACS report, I don't know if tell me if we need to follow up on this, but I see the first line on, it's the packet page 891. It says that the cost of a 1% increase in salary and statutory benefits for certificated staff is $140K. Is that right? Or does that, because it seems low, does that not include medical or?
Does not include medical. It's only
Pension.
the unrestricted.
Yes.
And that's part of 1% of that.
Okay, it's just the unrestricted portion of certificated costs.
Right.
You have, I mean, actually, for the calculation for 1%, it goes over $200,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah,
So
because if someone
when
just
we
looked
do
at
the
that,
calculation of 1%, and we put everything that goes in, is different.
so that's not 1% of, on multiple levels, that's not the cost of a 1% salary schedule increase for certificated staff, because number one, it doesn't include other benefits that aren't statutory, like health benefits, medical, vision, dental. Number two, it doesn't include the restricted part of the compensation costs that you could use, because you could use restricted funds for staff. And it doesn't include the increased compensation costs you would have for other employees, because we generally try to, I don't like to call Me Too, but kind of Me Too for shorthand. 1% is not 1% for a specific pot, because we'd want to do that for everybody. So that's, I mean, that's like way more than one. People might pluck that number out because it looks nice.
No, it doesn't cover the whole thing. I mean, there's pension costs, health benefits, vision, dental.
And pension might be in there because it says statutory benefits, and we're the one that I was looking at, but I don't know.
So that is not the one that we would use to tell the county that we can afford.
Exactly. I just want to be clear with everybody.
We would have to, that 1% is the one that we calculate differently, accounting for all of those things.
Exactly, for that very specific piece of the whole. Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all my questions. Unless any of you guys have something that makes me think of another one.
No, that's good.
Okay. If there are no more comments or questions, I guess we're not taking action now, so we can just gratefully thank you, Jesus, for pulling this together and sharing it with us and being available for questions and comments from us or the members of the public. I appreciate that you know this stuff inside and out and are very thoughtful. And budgeting is obviously never an imperfect process because it is so large and complex with so many moving parts, some of which are in our control, some of which are not. You do it all with grace and style, and thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will be bringing this for approval at June 22nd.
Sounds good. All right, then, thank you. Okay, so you're staying up there because next item, 5G, adoption of resolutions number, excuse me, 11-2023 and 12-2023 for temporary interfund borrowing for fiscal year 2022 and 2023.
Ed Code requires that we end all of our different funds in black. This is how we are going to be doing the first contribution from the Fund 1 to the cafeteria fund. So every year we bring to you these contributions, this way, it's the interfund, you're authorizing me to do an interfund transfer so that we can cover those and finish in the black. So we do know that we anticipate that for the cafeteria fund, we could get at least $200,000 that we will need to borrow from the general fund to come in the black. So that is the first resolution.
So this is an item for approval. Okay. So do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a second.
I'll second it.
Questions or comments? I have a question. It's just, you said this is $200,000 a year typically, and I know that's been like forever.
It
every
changes
year. But sometimes it's up to 400, right?
It has gone up to 400
Yeah.
and some, 300 and some.
Yeah, so $200,000 to $400,000 above and beyond what we're funded for school meals
Correct.
is what we typically pay from our general fund. Again, like an unfunded mandate, we're mandated to provide school meals, which sounds great and is great, except that it comes from the same pot of money that everything else does, including compensation for staff and like everything else, a lot of other things. So it's not really borrowing though, it's like taking, right? And we'd be like, because it doesn't come back.
It's technical in the sense that I am going to be borrowing and at the end is going to be a contribution.
Okay, so like it's technically borrowing for now, but borrowing and that you eventually, like that's an accounting, whatever technicality, but really it doesn't come back.
That in this case, not.
Okay.
The rule is
Yeah.
this process is to borrow from the general fund to end in black,
Yep.
and then black, balance that, and it doesn't come back.
Can you explain the other one so that they can make one motion for one approval of both resolutions?
The other one that you have in there, it's one that at the end, any interfund borrowing like this would have to be repaid at the end. This other one would have to be repaid because those monies are for something else. And those monies it's a cash if needed. If we need to, if we're not going to be able to meet our obligations, then I can borrow from there and then repay it. That second one has to be repaid because those funds are not to be used but for any other purpose than that. It's strictly cash. That one has to be repaid if I need it. If we need if we need it to pay during the summer out of that, then we can pay out of that, but return those dollars.
Can I amend my motion to include both resolutions?
You may. Parliamentary procedure allows any motion to be amended until one gets seconded and voted on.
I'll second.
That's like the first one is a gift card or a bank card, and the second one's like a credit card. Like, you know, I guess you get the money, and then the other ones you have to pay it back, in a way. I like to think of real life things, because after a while, like, your head kind of explodes in organizational
The
finance.
rules of each part will be
Different, yeah.
maintained and obeyed.
All right, any other questions or comments? Rosie?
Sean, question for you. So since we only do one motion, we only require one vote?
That would be okay because it's one agenda item.
Okay. So we'll do a roll call for this. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesus. All right.
You extended your curfew till 11:30 so we could revisit other agenda items if you'd
We
like.
could do that, we could read the two future events. All right, item 6, future events, June 19th, Juneteenth holiday, all sites closed. Thank you very much for making that official within our district. June 22nd, regular board meeting, Cunha Intermediate School, multipurpose room, 6 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll second that.
Yes,
Oh.
I need a second. Thank
Oh.
you, Carmen.
Thank you,
All in
Carmen.
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. See you in 2 weeks.